Hello. Oh, what was that? Freezer. My goodness. Okay. Can you all hear me? Let me just know you can hear me. Hi, Jen Grill. Hi, Liza. Let me see. Matt and so I know some of you were there for the movie night last night, and it was many parts, and we showed the first two parts because then by the third part, I don't even know how many were awake. So we'll have to continue with that. You're ready to roll? Okay. Can you hear me? I just want to make sure. Hi, Twisted Stitches. Just say yay or no. Sure, my phone is charged. I've got to put. Can you hear me? No one's responding to like us. That makes me think you can't hear me.
Can I hear you?
I don't know. I'm asking, but they're not answering. Oh, now you are. Okay, you can hear me. Good. All right, so let's get ready to roll. Yesterday I was trying to tell you I was looking for the pictures and the things, so what I did today is I put them into a presentation. So while we go through this, I'm going to show you what I wanted to show you yesterday. Hold on, let me pull this over. Okay, so let me just put my phone on the charger. 1 second, please. Forgot to do that. Okay, I'm back. So this is the true crime deep dive into the murder of Jared Bridegan. The trial is set for August 2026 for both Shanna Gardner, who is the daughter of the CEOs of StampinUp, and her estranged husband. I don't think they've gotten divorced. I don't know. Mario Saldana. So let's dive into this, and I'll show you some things because we talked about the wedding and the pictures I wanted to show you. So this, believe it or not, this wedding of Jared and Shanna, they met in February of 2010, and they were married April 10th of 2010. So it was really fast. Seems like they both do things really fast, even after this marriage ended, because then Jared had gotten engaged to, I'm jumping ahead. Well, let's look at this first. The Stampin' Up, you see, they made all the party favors and stuff, and both, it should be noted that both Shelly is the mother, and we're going to go more into that family because we've gone into that family before, but if some of you don't know about it, it's quite interesting. Mormon family, both Mormons, okay? And Mormon murders are becoming more and more prolific around here, and even the women. So she's one of the women, and she's, could get the death penalty in Florida. So anyway, she met him through his brother's wife, and it was a whirlwind. They got married within a 2-month period, okay? Met February 2010, married April 10th, 2010. Here's their, marriage certificate. These were, you can see they were doing stuff in the house. Shelly has a blog, and Shanna also started a blog, which they put them both on private now. You'd have to be invited to read them. But Shanna had one called the Bridegan Family. I believe it was on Blogspot. And Shelly had one, I believe it was connected to her Stampin' Up stuff, okay, where she wrote constantly about the family's events and everything that was going on. And I'm going to tell you more about Shelly soon. Then, but right now we're going to go through the timeline of these two, okay? So they get married in 2010. And then they had twins. The little boy was born with some type of a heart condition. He needed surgery. Hi, Barbie. Hi, Red Like Wine again. Good to see you. Hi, everybody that came in. He needed surgery and stuff. So they moved to be closer to his heart doctor in Connecticut. And when they were in Connecticut, it was the Christmas of 2013. This is something from her blog, okay? So she posted a picture of New York City, and then at the end it said, by the time we got home, well, let me just tell you, they went to New York City the Saturday before Christmas, and she was kind of shocked that it was that crowded. She's like, well, I didn't realize it was wall-to-wall people, but I guess I should have the Saturday before Christmas with the 2 young kids and her family that came in, not her parents. It was, I believe, all his family. So they went back to the train, and because it was so crowded. By the time we got home, and then when they got off the train, they got off at the wrong station, and it was just a big rigmarole, and it was, really frustrating, as it would be. And so she wrote at the end of that, by the time we got home, we were all tired, covered in urine. In my hurry to get to the train to go to the city, I forgot diapers, and one of the twins decided to pee through their diaper. Now, I don't know why she couldn't buy diapers in the city, where even in the train stations, they have, because we had to buy cough syrup once, because we all went to the Big Apple Circus, and we were all like coughing like crazy when we went under where the train station was and bought cough syrup and stuff to get on the train to go back. So I don't know why she couldn't have bought diapers and even, an outfit, or she could have probably found that too. I don't know why they had to do that, but I guess, I don't know. In her hurry to get back to the train to go to the city, I forgot diapers, and one of my twins decided to pee through their diaper. Sweat and city odor. We were ready for bed. What fun memories we will have of our first time taking the kids into the city. And then she posted that the parents helped. They were Santa, and both sets of their parents, and that she had waited all years to get the kids a kitchen set, and so that's what they got, was a kitchen set. And then they had this dinner, and she likes to post pictures of her dinner, and she likes to make sure that we know, like, there it's bubbling ciders or grape juices, that they're not drinking alcohol, which is, they're not supposed to. You sold Stamping Up? Oh, Liza, I'd love to talk to you, because we had another very good Rambler who made cards. She used to sell them in our auctions, and she came up and talked to us about it. Yeah. Okay. And so that you'll be a good sounding board for that, because I know a lot of people did think that they paid for, felt like almost like they like financially supported, like those that believe the parents, her parents, had something to do with it. I know they were conflicted, feeling that they supported a murder or something. You know what I'm talking about, Liza Ann? I'm not articulating it right. Anyway, then she posted this shelf that was across the bathtub. This, again, is being Shanna's blog. And puts this on here. And once the kids were in bed, I got to enjoy my Christmas gift. The table that stretches across the tub. Jared knows me so well. This is one of my favorite places in the home, and he thought it would be nice if I had something to set my Kindle on. Well, that's not a Kindle, that's a laptop. So that's weird. My Kindle on while I read, or if I wanted to watch a TV show on my computer. Oh, okay, sorry, I take that back. She did put computer, okay. It would be safe. He set this up for me with the sparkling pear juice. Of course, we've got to mention that it's sparkling pear juice because she's not allowed to have alcohol. And all. I couldn't have asked for a better holiday. Now, keep in mind that this is Christmas 2013. Okay, please keep that in mind. So then 2014 is her birthday. And you see when she said that Jared had gained some weight, he does look heavier in these pictures than he looked later on or before, right? June 2014, they're going to move to Florida. This is their new house being built. And they stayed with his parents while they were doing that. And then she put, we had such a great welcome to Florida, and I am grateful for the people who have welcomed us as family. And this should be also noted that she had written something about her ward. Well, just in case you're not familiar, the Mormons have, maybe I'm not going to explain this right, but there's wards You heard it, it's scary to say that probably the most I've learned about Mormons is through the murders that we've covered, like Travis Alexander, and I learned, about the wards that are there. So it's the people that are in there, kind of like their network, and they associate with them and believe that's what it is. There's like the nearby your network of your other Mormons in your church and in your network. It's almost like a net, right? She was saying she had such a great group of friends there in Connecticut, and she was scared to leave that. But then she mentioned finding such great people in Florida, but it doesn't seem like that was really true. So she said, we have such a great welcome to Florida. I'm so grateful for the people who have welcomed us as family. It is always a lot easier to make a move when you know that you're never alone. We were welcomed with open arms, and I'm so grateful to have the ties our church offers. I am grateful for the freedom to practice our religion and have church family wherever we are. Happy 4th of July. It has been another great year of gratitude for our freedom and for all the men and women who have helped us have this freedom. So you'd say, oh, she sounds so happy and everything, but things changed drastically. And I have made a mistake here. This should be Christmas of 2014, not 2015. This is Christmas is 2014. I'm going to have to fix that. Okay, that's going to bother me. Hang on a minute. Because things like this bother me. I can just make a quick thing. I don't want to put out misinformation. What do you say? Oh my gosh, you made a mistake. And then I have to delete the whole live like that lady told me I did. Let me just change this really, really quick so we can put out the right information here. I don't know how I did that. Okay. So, but watch how quickly it went from one Christmas to the other, right? Okay, I'm going to pull up the new. Let me get this down and pull up the new version. I don't want to save both of them, so let me just save. Yes, I want to replace it. Thank you very much. I wonder why it's on this now. That's weird. Okay. There we go. Now it's fixed. But I don't know, why we have it open in this? It's so weird. Okay, whatever, right? Christmas of 2014. Jared bought Shanna personal trainer gift certificates. Shanna moved further away from the Mormon church, so she started not going to church as much. She started to move away. She started some CrossFit, and that's when he got her this gift certificates for a personal trainer with the CrossFit stuff. Shanna was frustrated with the weight that Jared put on. Now, I'm surprised because Jared then we hear about him running and stuff, so that could have been after the divorce. He started to get to the gym and stuff. Would that have saved their marriage if he did that? I don't know. I mean, I'm sure he thought of that, but who knows, right? But she was frustrated with the weight that he put on there. So, on February 23rd of 2015, Shanna filed for divorce. Now, allegedly, Shanna hooked up with her personal trainer, Mario. Jared confronted Shanna after he read some emails, and these were sexually explicit emails that he read between her and Mario. Even though he read those emails, he was still willing to make their marriage work, but she didn't want to. So that was the end of that. Shanna admitted to Jared that she didn't love him anymore, and Jared told his family, I don't recognize this person. I married a totally different person. Now, I don't know if at this time we should go into her parents, because I have a really, really hard time. I don't understand how her parents accepted this. he was getting, I want to tell you what he was getting in terms of, he was getting this stipend. Let me tell you about the stipend he was getting and what he had to do to get it. And I want to tell you about her parents, because this is where I am so confused at this point, how her parents supported that. Like, I don't know how or why. Okay, so let me just explain what the parents were giving to them, all right? Okay. Alrighty. Where did I... Didn't do this to me. Hold on a second. Where the heck did my... Here it is. Oh my gosh. All right, let me tell you what they were getting. All right, so here's, after they were married, Shelley, that's Shanna's mother, made a family trust. And Shanna and Jared were entered into that trust, and he would get a scholarship and a stipend. There was stipend, and that was the agreement. Okay, so the agreement was that Jared Bridegan would continue higher education, and he would get higher education expenses through the monthly stipend. But to receive those proceeds, he had to be an active Mormon church member and remain married to Shanna. The stipend amounted to $8,500 per month and included health care coverage equivalent to the benefits received by StampinUp employees. Throughout their marriage, the Gardners provided substantial financial support to Shanna and Jared. In 2011, the Gardners gifted the mortgage of a home amounting to almost $370,000. In 2013, Gardner redeemed an interest in one of the umbrella companies of StampinUp for $440,000, and between 2011 and 2014, Shanna and Jared received cash gifts of $25,000 from the Gardners on several occasions. And they also set up trusts for the twins in Bridegan's name. So here they are, setting these agreements up so that he stays married to her and that he is an active Mormon church member. So tell me how Shelley is so supportive of Shanna leaving the Mormon church, getting a whole bunch of tattoos, piercings. I think she totally left the church, right? Hooking up with her personal trainer, who's definitely not a Mormon, and being so on board with that she's encouraging Shanna to get married tomorrow. I'd love to know that one, because that doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, so let me go over here about the divorce. So here's where I was, right? Jared told his family I don't even recognize her. Then this picture right here is on Wholesome StampinUp Shelley's blog. This post, which I can't even imagine, because when you see, I don't know if I have another video with all of this that I made when I first started covering them. For spring break, she seems to me a woman that's all about appearances, and the right appearances, if you know what I mean. The appearances of the Mormon church, the appearances of modesty, the appearances of all of that, wholesome. So she put this picture And she said, for spring break, we drove with Shanna and her family to Club Med Sandpiper Bay, an all-inclusive resort in Florida. It reminded us of a cruise, only on land, and we had so much fun. And that was written by Shelley, Shanna's mom, and posted on her blog. Guess what? 5 weeks after Jared Bridegan was killed, murdered. Now, let's go back to the day after Shanna filed for divorce. She walked into a tattoo parlor to get a piercing. And who did she put down as her emergency contact? None other than Mario. She put him down, and she was still living with Jared at this time. Now, those of you that know anything about the Mormon religion or whatever, when I first became a blogger, I remember there was a clothing company that we collaborated with, and they had clothing, and they wanted me to pick out stuff, and I don't even know if at the time I realized like it was kind of like a Mormon based one, but all their clothes said stuff like, this is a very modest top, and it doesn't. So dressing like that with a sports bra and leggings like that is totally not in keeping with that level of modesty, right? But she was running this cupcake business. And I know, again, in another video, we went way, way into this, those of you that have been with me with this case. But for those of you that are new, this is like really crazy. And there was one time when she went to court and her tattoos were covered up and stuff that I believe it was, who was asking? Maybe I think it was one of Jared's family members that were saying, well, why is she covering everything up or something coming in if she's, so proud of what she's, I don't know. I remember that in my research, but I have to get some more information on it. But anyway, yeah, this was her. She was actually getting like these cupcakes, cookies, and things out of the car for her business. So now Jared had a brief relationship. He was actually engaged, okay, with this woman, Emily Ringer, but it wasn't a healthy relationship. They broke it off. She moved to Utah, and Emily's dad blasted Jared about it. Okay. And then on a dating app for LDS members called Mutual, Jared met Kirsten. Kirsten's from North Carolina, Charlotte, North Carolina. And she said the picture of Jared with his twins on his dating profile told her that there was just something special about him. And she lived 6.5 hours away from Jared. And for 4 months, Jared drove up to Charlotte, North Carolina to have weekend visits and things. And 4 months later, she moved down to Florida. Now, Shanna took Mario on a trip with her to Utah to meet her family. And allegedly, it was Shelley that suggested, hey, you should get married to him. He could help you with the kids and stuff, because Jared didn't want anyone around the kids if she wasn't married to them, essentially. So Shanna married Mario in 2018 on Friday the 13th, and she admitted they did not know each other well. They had contentious issues with co-parenting the twins. So there were a lot of emails going back and forth about summer programs and all kinds of stuff. But on January 24th, and is this the catalyst? Some say no, because in my research, I have heard there's a friend of hers that I think she's being called as a witness, said that allegedly Shanna told her as early as, I believe it was 2018, that Mario knew people that could take care of the situation. So we'll get more to that later. But on January 24th, Jared sent Shanna an email advising her of his intention to have one of the twins baptized in the Mormon church. Allegedly, it's the daughter. Shanna was angry and against this. So, again, I don't understand how Shelley's on board for all this, but whatever, right? February 16th of 2022, that's the day of the murder, 7:30 p.m., Jared was on his way home from what she calls their date, right? He was dropping the twins off at Shanna's house. He had his 2-year-old daughter with him because he and Jared and Kirsten went on to have 2 little girls. They had a 2-year-old and they had an infant. And let's see, and Shanna did not have any more children. So he was driving home to his house in St. Augustine, and around 7:50 is what seems it happened. He saw that tire in the road. He got out to move that tire. When he got out, he was ambushed. He was shot multiple times. The car was hit a couple of times. That almost hit the baby in the back seat, and he was left for dead in the road. Some motorists stopped. One of them came, got the baby, gave it to his girlfriend or his wife. She held it while they waited for the police. And then came the job of trying to figure out who did this, which is where we're going to start this tonight. But I just wanted to give the background the right way with the pictures. This bothered me yesterday that I didn't have this ready for you guys. So then they had a vehicle of interest because they got let me just pull that video right up here. They had this video right here of that dark colored, here it is again, truck. It had running boards, it had some trim on it, leaving the crime scene area, Ford F-150 they figured. So they were on the lookout for this truck. And Okay, so then they made these flyers. Have you seen this truck? A Ford F-150, dark blue, brown, tan trim, running boards. It was a $30,000 reward. And that's where I am with that. Now, so let's go on. We're going to start from how they tie this into Henry Tenon. Okay. Oh, and then let me just tell you real quick. Remember, the kids did not go to the funeral. Neither did Shanna. They had their own celebration, which Shelley talked about in her blog, saying that the kids came up with everything for the memorial celebration of life last weekend, from designing the invitations to making the cookie favors themselves. They had a say in everything. It was so special to see them take ownership and pride in their choices and work. It made the day even more meaningful for them. But really, I think, and this is my opinion, this was their way of taking control of the situation. They didn't want to have anything to do with Kirsten. They didn't want to have anything to do with their grandchildren and children's half-siblings from Jared and Kirsten. And they wanted to not have anything to do with them, okay? So she didn't go to Jared's funeral. She held her own celebration. Her family claimed in the blog post on March 21st that Shanna and her family and everybody who knows her, they said they were uninvited from the funeral. And it said this: after Shanna, along with anyone who knew her, was uninvited from Jared's funeral services, Shanna and the twins planned their own celebration of life. It was so sweet to see Liam and Abby surrounded by family and friends as they recalled happy memories of their dad. Just before sunset, everyone cut flowers from beautiful flower arrangements. They walked over the dune together and tossed them into the ocean as a farewell. The guests received heart-shaped cookies made by Liam and Abby, with their mom's help, of course, to thank them for joining the celebration. And then Shanna added, Kirsten offered to arrange to pick up Liam and Abby prior to the memorial service and bring them back, but since not one person from Jared's family, including his parents, had reached out to Liam and Abby, the twins didn't want to be without their mom. So it wasn't that Liam and Abby were not invited. It was that they were going to go and she didn't want them to be there without her, and said that Jared's family. So it was a big thing, but I think it was something else. Anyway, after then we have that Kirsten said she spoke with the twins on February 17th, and they inquired whether their father had a will, which struck her as very odd. On February 28th, Shanna emailed Kirsten asking if she had a copy of Jared's death certificate. And I'll show you that email. Hold on one second. I don't know why my stuff is not just automatically going on that page. Where's this from? Hold on, I can't see where this is. Oh, here it is. Can't see where that tab is. So this is the email. Shanna to Kirsten. Kirsten, my attorney has requested a copy of Jared's death certificate for the family court. You can send it to me or to him and his paralegal directly, whichever you prefer. And she put their, I guess, contact information, their emails, because she could email it. And that was February 28th. That was 6 days after, no, I'm sorry, 14 days after, right? Okay, so let's go back here. Okay, and then on March 16th, the first interview was held, and that's what we got to go into the, we went over those last night, the interviews with Mario and Shanna. I believe this was in here, right? So that was March 16th, and we went over, that's when she said that Mario had a headache, remember? And he was sleeping, and then Mario said that he takes the gabapentin. We went over that last night. Hopefully you guys remember, you were there. I'm trying to get to where we were last night to continue on. That's the photo. I want to go back a little bit. Okay, this is Monday, March 7th. I contacted Farm Bureau Financials to inquire about a life insurance policy. Remember this one? That is referenced in the victim's divorce from ex-wife Shanna Gardner. I spoke to the supervisor, Jody Couchman, and she advised me she'd have to call me back. At 13:59, she sent me an email with a link to an encrypted message. In the message, she said the victim did not have an active life insurance policy at the time of his death. I asked her if she could tell what the policy when it was canceled, and she advised me she could not provide any further information without a subpoena. That's about subpoenas. Okay, so let's go on to how they find Henry Tenon. Because now Henry Tenon is saying he gave false testimony. Have you guys heard that? But they didn't, we'll go into that, but they didn't let him. So here's an evidence technician report on 10/6/2022. I responded to Potomac Avenue, Jacksonville, Florida for an evidence technician in reference to a search warrant. Upon my arrival after the residence was clean, I walked through the residence prior to taking photographs. In the driveway were a red two-door convertible and a black truck. To the left of the garage was a small entryway. When I entered through the entryway, I entered the front door, which opened up to a living room area with a dark color leather type sectional couch. To the left was a small hallway that had 2 bedrooms, a linen closet, and a bathroom. The door to the left was a bedroom labeled A. The next door was a linen closet. The next door was a bedroom labeled B. And the last door was a bathroom also labeled B. I exited the small hallway into the living room, and I walked into another living room which contained a gray couch, television, and stand, boxes, marijuana, pipe, beer cans, and other items. This opened up to the kitchen. Both living rooms and the kitchen were labeled Room C. To the right of the kitchen opened to a laundry area with a washer and dryer. The room had a door that gave access to the backyard and a separate door to the garage. This room was labeled D, and there was a small hallway that led to a bathroom and bedroom. The bathroom and bedroom were labeled E, and the garage was labeled F. I took overall photographs of the outside except the backyard due to an aggressive dog currently located in the backyard. After completing my overall photographs, I used the Oscar 360 to capture overall photographs of the outside and inside. Once my overall photographs were taken, I labeled the rooms using A through F. Each officer that searched the assigned room signed the label for the room and had been placed into property. All items collected were photographed prior to being collected. The bong, Room A, 6 THC vape cartridges, Room A, vapes and cartridges, Room A, 2 vape cartridges, CAR in the car, marijuana in the car, given to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Officer K. Graham with the CPR unit for pending charges. Evidence number 266, a dark blue Motorola cell phone, was given to Corporal Y. Santiago. After I transported it to the Jacksonville Beach Police Department, I took additional photographs of most of the items prior to submitting into property. I completed a control swab and took a swab from the brown zip-up hoodie jacket. All items collected were placed into evidence technician's room and sealed up until 10/7/2022. I conducted a field test of the marijuana and the residents, which both tested presumptive positive. I weighed the marijuana and took photographs. The following are the items collected. Okay, and then we just read all about that, so we don't have to go through that. And everything was put into evidence. These are just the reports on that stuff. Room A, bedroom C, that's just room labels, evidence. Now you'll find one on evidence for each one. A lot of paperwork. Those are all the swabs, one for each thing they took that we just mentioned. There's a piece of paperwork attached to each of those, right? Okay. On October 6th at approximately 9:18 hours, I responded to 5239 Potomac Avenue, Potomac. Oh my gosh, Potomac. You know what? I have to tell you, Linda has got me so screwed up on this because she tells me, and she lives near this, that it's not the Potomac, it's the Potomac. And I said, really? Because I've always heard it's, and I don't know, if Linda's here, she can, that's why I'm getting so screwed up now. Okay, but I usually say Potomac Avenue, Jacksonville, Florida, to assist with a search warrant. I assisted by searching Room A. I transported property into 266, the blue Motorola, to the Crime Gun Intelligence Unit and gave it to Detective Lamont at approximately 15:43 hours. At approximately 16:15 hours, 15 hours, Detective Lamont requested I take it to the JSO Computer Forensic Unit along with a consent to search form signed by Jeremy Ordway, and I dropped the phone off at approximately 16:35 hours. Okay. What are we doing here? The search warrant, okay. Okay, here's an interview. We went through the interview. Didn't we go with Norma Davila? Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, they worked at Domino's together, right? Purchased the Crown Victoria. I think this is where we were. And Dane Haid, let's see. That might be where we left off last night. These are pictures of the evidence. Okay. That's all about the evidence. Phone returned to owner, Jerry Ordway. On 10/13/2022 at approximately 12:55 hours, I went to the Jacksonville Beach Police property room and located at 1460 Shutter Avenue to process property item number 17, a beer can. I requested the property item after removing it from its original packaging. I observed it had already been processed. I placed the item back in its original package and dated the package with my ID. Okay, October 14th. At approximately 1600 hours, financial records were received for Henry A. Tenon. A review of the records found that Tenon paid for an auto transport. A review of the phone records found that Tenon communicating with Rivers Auto Transport on 6/7/2022. Cellular location data was compared to the date and time the truck was transported. The cellular location identified 1705 University Street in Jacksonville, Florida, as a possible location. Okay, this is about upon arrival. This is, I think we talked about this, as I remember this. He had somebody take his truck, right? Mr. Jones said he and Tenon had been friends for 10 to 15 years. He stated Tenon would regularly come to his residence with beer, and they would hang out and drink. He denied knowing Fernandez, that's Mario, Ordway, or bigger staff. Jones stated a few months ago Tenon asked him if he could store his truck. Yeah, we did talk about this yesterday. And then he brought the truck over there. Then the truck was photographed. A further view of Tenon's PNC checking statements had checks, right? They were written by First Choice Home Rental, LLC, owned by Mario Fernandez Saldana and Shanna Gardner. Check for $2,000, $3,000. We went through this. It was $10,000 to kill him. Okay, and this is when they went and they photographed the truck and did the search on that. So they have the truck, they have these checks. I would be processing the truck. Okay, here's the processing of the truck. I took photographs of the truck. It was covered by a blue tarp. Once the blue tarp was removed, I took more overall photographs. The vehicle was still sealed from 10/14/2022. Once all the photographs were taken, read the search warrant and corrected the search warrant for the location of the vehicle. Once that was completed, we began to photograph the vehicle with scales. We began with the truck bed. It had a beer can, 2 bottles of water, a latch, 4 screws, 2 bungee cords, other car parts, a kitchen knife, a pair of socks, and leaves. There were markings on the bed of the truck which appeared to have been where a toolbox was once located. Once the bed of the truck was photographed and processed, I collected the bungee cords, the socks, the latch, and the 4 screws. The tailgate handle was swapped. I unlocked the vehicle driver's side door. I then unlocked all of the vehicle doors and opened all of the doors to photograph the inside of the vehicle. Once the photographs were taken, I labeled the driver's side. We don't need to know what he labeled them, right? Myself and detectives reviewed all the items. Items containing evidentiary value were collected by myself. All the seats were processed with the trace evidence vacuum. I used 1 filter on the entire front seats. I used a separate filter on the back seats. Once the truck was searched and all items were reviewed, the items were placed back in the truck. I sealed the truck. At the time, did not realize that the driver's door and rear passenger door were not locked. Both of those seals were broken to lock the doors. I resealed both doors with my initials, date, and ID number. All items collected, swabs, and photographs were placed in the property room for secured storage, and until I was able to place the items into property. I placed all the items collected into property on 10/19/2022, and the filters for the vacuum have not been placed into property and are currently secure in the evidence technician's room. Okay, and this is going to be all the paperwork on that. Okay, and those are about the swabs that they took, all swabs. Put away. Let's see, the blue tarp was removed. I saw the doors were taped. Okay. All the tape was intact, leading me to believe no one had entered the vehicle. The interior of the cab was packed with boxes, paperwork, and tools. It was determined the most efficient way to document these items was to designate sections of the cab front and back seats. Okay, this is... Okay, now this is computer forensic report. Computers, two hard drives. Pictures of that. Synopsis. On 5/12/2022, Detective Christopher Johns delivered 2 additional Apple computers and 2 external portable hard drives related to the case, along with a submission from the Computer Forensics Investigations. I had previously requested with Detective Johns on 3/16/2022 via phone records in regards to the submitted CFI analysis request form, which contained a summary of his investigations. So let's see what they got here. The computer forensic exam began 9/15/2022, and when I began the acquisition process of the hard drive contained within the iMac, the hard drive from the iMac was forensically imaged with a physical write blocking device to prevent any writes to the original hard drive. The iMac only had one hard drive. There was no other storage medium physically attached to the iMac. In addition to the Cellbrite digital collector, Forensic Toolkit Imager was utilized to obtain a post-acquisition hash value of the hard drive. It's important to note that the write blocker prevents any of the data on the source drive from being modified. Subsequently, compressed expert witness forensic container files, commonly referred to as EO1, were created. Additional post-acquisition hash values of both the source drive and the EO1 were computed. Okay, so here's the findings. Apple iMac Pro computer was found to contain the Mac operating system X version. The operating system was installed 9/20/2017. According to the Mac library, 3 user-generated accounts were discovered on this computer and given the username of kids with the full name of the kids, and then Jared Work with the full name of Jared Work, and family with the full name of Bridegan family. A keyword search was conducted of the internet evidence in its entirety based on the information obtained through general offense and supplement reports. All keyword hits were examined individually. No artifacts of evidentiary value were recovered. A keyword search was also conducted using the following terms: Abigail, child, fight, Liam, baptism, church, Jared, London, custody, Karistan, Mario, Bridegan, divorce, kill, Shanna. The internet browsers were found installed and were identified as Safari, Google Chrome, Mozilla Firefox. The recovered internet data included classified URLs, Google searches, parsed search queries, social media history, and many others. Let's see. So what did they find? Apple search browser history. Let me see if I can even see this. You can't even see that. It's all... A timeline was generated as a visual representation of the internet usage of this computer over time. A screenshot of the timeline has been included here. This is another one, I guess. Let's see. During the analysis of the acquisition content, those of Western Digital, My Passport, hard drive. There were numerous artifacts of interest noted. Okay. The artifacts mainly consisted of assorted documents such as tax, medical bills, last will and testament, and court documents. These artifacts were found in their respective folders and as such were bookmarked accordingly. An FTK report was generated containing the aforementioned artifact. The report may be viewed following the path. Item 003, My Passport, yada, yada, yada. Okay, so let's see what we have. We have their taxes folders, court 2019, 18, 17, Gaylord folder, Gold reads, Jared resume, last will and testament, medical bills, picture folder, highlights, blue green, photo downloads, selling 259 folder, web.com. Okay, this is another one. Let's see what we've got here. Approximately 1100 hours, Henry Tenon's cell phone was received from Cellbrite. The cell phone was placed back into property as evidence. The cellular phone data was placed into the case folder. The data will be reviewed for further information. Okay. 10/19/2022. This is the processing again of that truck. I was told during their original processing of the vehicle, both Smith and Hawkins were unable to lower the spare tire of the vehicle to be processed because of the tool belonging to the vehicle being damaged. With the tool being damaged, they postponed retrieving the tire from underneath the vehicle where it was in its proper storage location. I stated during the meeting that at 1300 hours that afternoon we would meet at the Jacksonville Beach Police Department and evidence room to lower the tire and finish processing the tire. Okay, I put on sterile gloves, da 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 da. So he's taking the tire off. Okay, here we are, October 6th. Interview with Jeremy Ordway. Okay. So Ordway began the interview explaining his relationship with Henry Tenon. Ordway advised he came to Jacksonville to take care of his father, and Tenon was his neighborhood. I think they mean his neighbor. Ordway stated he was as close as you could be with someone with calling them friends. Ordway began explaining there was construction on Potomac Avenue, and the two would frequently have flat tires. Ordway described Tenon's truck sitting in the driveway with a flat tire at one point, but did not give a time frame. Ordway advised Tenon received the truck from his father once he passed away. Ordway stated that Tenon did not have the truck that long. Ordway advised he helped Tenon retrieve the truck from Georgia at the end of 2021. Ordway would go to explain he talks to Tenon once a couple of weeks. Ordway reiterated he does not talk with Tenon by phone very much and said he's aware that Tenon carries two phones. Ordway stated he didn't know the other phone number. According to Ordway, Tenon received a deal for 4 phone lines. Ordway began describing Tenon and Janie's Deal's relationship. Ordway advised that they have been together for 20 plus years. Deal would come over the house for 30 minutes at a time. Deal used to live with Tenon at the Potomac Avenue prior to Ordway living there. Ordway was asked if he had ever drove around Jacksonville with Tenon, and Ordway advised he took Tenon to his DUI classes prior to Tenon having the truck. Ordway advised that when Tenon got his truck, he helped him bring a refrigerator from the Home Depot. Ordway stated he never knew Tenon to allow anyone to borrow the truck. Ordway was asked about the whereabouts of the Crown Vic Tenon was arrested in. Ordway advised there was an issue with the transmission and his boss is working on it. Ordway advised his boss is going to purchase the vehicle. Ordway advised Tenon originally received the Crown Vic and the truck when his father died. Ordway was asked what kind of clothes Tenon would typically wear. Tenon was described typically to wear jeans and t-shirts. Ordway advised he would wear tan work boots. Ordway would go to describe a time last year when Tenon went to look for a job with Mario Saldana. Ordway stated Saldana wanted Tenon to fill a pool in, but Tenon refused to do the job. Ordway began describing an old Navy guy who was recently doing work on the house. Ordway advised he showed up to the house, put 6 tiles down, he hasn't seen him again. According to Ordway, Saldana came back with a younger Hispanic male to finish the tile. Ordway was asked about the location of the truck. Ordway advised the last time he saw the truck, it was at Twins Grocery. Ordway advised he let Tenon borrow $1,000, but he has not been paid back. Ordway was asked about Michael Connors and his involvement after Tenon was arrested. Connors called Saldana several times. Ordway advised Connors is a crackhead who was crashing on his couch. Ordway could not remember if Connors was present the day Tenon was arrested. Ordway stated, Connors doesn't know Saldana. Ordway advised he probably used Connors' phone to call Saldana. Ordway would go to explain he does not know Saldana other than renting his house. Ordway advised he did not know Saldana was even married. Ordway stated he wished he had never moved into the house. Ordway went on to explain Saldana asked him to change the lease to end in December so he could sell the house. The deal has apparently ended due to realtors coming by and looking at the house. Ordway was asked about the new lease, which Saldana was trying to get Norma and Dane to sign since they were living there. Ordway advised he thought it was BS and told them not to sign it. Ordway was asked about how Tenon would get involved with this murder, and Ordway stated he was heavily intoxicated during this time due to his own father's death on 2/11/2022. Ordway did not believe Tenon owed Saldana anything. Ordway stated Tenon did not tell him any details from the night of Jared's murder. Ordway was asked about the phone call Ordway made to Tenon the night of the murder. Previously, Ordway stated he was probably calling Tenon for a ride. Ordway now stated he has never called Tenon for a ride other than picking up the refrigerator. Ordway stated he has never had anyone but Deal answer Tenon's phone. I don't know why I'm losing my voice. Okay. Ordway was asked if he has ever been in Jacksonville Beach. Hold on one second. All right, let's see if that's better. I need to get a drink or something. Ordway was asked about the phone. We've got that right. He was asked if he has ever been in Jacksonville Beach. Ordway stated he worked for a tow company in Mayport 15 years ago and would work in Jacksonville Beach. Since Ordway has been back in Jacksonville, he advised he has not been to Jacksonville Beach. Ordway was asked if the truck had any sentimental value to Tenon. Ordway advised he treated the truck like a truck and did not keep care of it. Ordway advised he spoke with Dwight Tenon, and after Henry Tenon's arrest, Ordway stated Dwight already knew about the arrest and he wanted Dwight Tenon to come get the dog, which was left at the house. Ordway advised after Tenon's arrest he contacted Saldana and told him to handle his business. Ordway alluded to Saldana knowing what happened the night of the murder. Ordway further stated he would know because it was his wife's ex-husband. Ordway would not say if he knew what Saldana knows about the murder, if he knows anything. Ordway went to explain his contact with Saldana is sparingly. Ordway was asked about an individual named Marquis Carter. Ordway advised he didn't know who Carter was. He was asked about Carter because there was a communication between both of their phones the night of the murder. Ordway continued to adamantly state he did not know who Carter was. Ordway advised his association with Saldana and Tenon was limited and he had no role in the murder. Ordway stated he never knew Saldana or Tenon to go to Jacksonville Beach together. Ordway reiterated Tenon was asked to help Saldana in filling in a pool, but he does not know where this pool is. Ordway was asked for consent to conduct a search of his cell phone. Ordway gave verbal consent to search his cell phone. Ordway also signed a pre-printed departmental consent form. Ordway also gave some verbal consent to request his cell site data. Previously in the interview, Ordway stated he would be willing to call Mario Fernandez Saldana. Ordway was asked if he would be willing to conduct a controlled call with Saldana, and he agreed. Okay, so he's going to, essentially wear a wire and call Saldana, Mario. He agreed to it. At approximately 15:52 hours, a controlled call was conducted with Mario Saldana. Ordway informed Saldana the ATF served a search warrant at that address. Saldana asked if Ordway received any contact information or a copy of the search warrant. Saldana wanted to know what was taken from the residence. Ordway asked why a search warrant would be conducted at that address, and Saldana stated he does not know why and it doesn't make sense. Saldana apologized for Ordway having to deal with the situation, and the call ended at 15:58 hours. Ordway was asked if he believed Saldana had any involvement in this murder. Ordway advised he didn't know if Saldana had any involvement. Ordway was asked if he was working the night of the murder. Ordway advised he was not working because he was heavily drinking due to his father's death. Ordway began describing an associate of Tenon's named Rabbit. Ordway did not know who Rabbit was, but Tenon would talk about him. Ordway went on to explain Tenon knows a lot of people in the area of his residence. Ordway went on to explain he does not understand how Tenon became involved in this murder. Ordway began to describe the way Tenon treated the truck, and he did not believe the truck had any sentimental value to him, damaging the truck. Ordway went to explain Tenon told him he took the truck to a mechanic who had 10 cars in front of him. Ordway spoke about the $1,000 he loaned Tenon. Ordway advised Tenon had not repaid him and he didn't expect it until the truck was fixed. And that was the end of the interview. Now, before that, I think we're going to look at, forgot to look at Tenon's arrest warrant. Okay, so Tenon was arrested. Where's this date? Do we have a date on this? I have a date on this, okay. But he was arrested and charged with second-degree murder with a weapon, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, accessory after the fact to a capital felony, and child abuse. That was because the daughter was in the car. It says here, on Wednesday, February 16th, Jared Bridegan was murdered shortly before 8 p.m. that evening. Bridegan was found lying in the roadway of the 4000 block of Sanctuary Boulevard in Jacksonville Beach, having suffered multiple gunshots. Based on the evidence at the scene and information uncovered in the subsequent investigation, both of which are detailed in this affidavit, Bridegan's death is best described as a targeted murder. Immediately before his murder, Bridegan was driving north on Sanctuary Boulevard, a dark residential roadway. Bridegan had just dropped off his twin children, whom he shared custody with his ex-wife Shanna Gardner at Gardner's nearby Jacksonville Beach home. Still in the car was Bridegan's 2-year-old daughter from his current marriage. Bridegan and his children had gone out for their routine date night dinner, and Bridegan and his youngest child were returning home for the evening. Consistent with the route he normally traveled home, Bridegan turned onto Sanctuary Boulevard, a road he used to access J. Turner Butler Boulevard. This road, unlike the nearby commercial area, is dark and mostly residential, with no businesses in the immediate area. Bridegan came upon a damaged tire in the road that blocked the path of travel. Analyzing all the evidence in totality, Bridegan stopped his car, turned on his hazard lights, and opened his door. Upon exiting his car, he was shot multiple times and died at the scene. His 2-year-old daughter was strapped in a car seat in the back seat. Other than the murderers, she was the only witness to her father's murder. Bridegan's wife, Kirsten, spoke to him just moments before the murder. She told investigators there was nothing unusual in that conversation. Bridegan was not armed, and there was no evidence of a struggle. Bridegan's personal items, his wristwatch, wedding ring, phone, money, and wallet were not taken. His car was not stolen, and his daughter was not physically harmed. Trajectory rods and ballistics show that projectiles struck the interior of the vehicle, including metal and glass, within feet of where the child was strapped into her car seat in the rear passenger side of the vehicle, an act that reasonably could have expected to cause physical or mental injury to her. Witnesses advised that the child was crying when they arrived on scene. Just after 8 p.m., February 16, 2022, Jacksonville Beach Police Department officers arrived on scene to the homicide. They found 33-year-old Bridegan dead outside of his car. After the scene was secured, police collected evidence and canvassed the area seeking witnesses and surveillance video. Investigation has included witnesses' interviews, more than 77 subpoenas, more than 30 search warrants, and review of these, along with the other investigative tools, have led to the identification of the suspect, Henry Tenon. The damaged tire in the middle of the roadway was too large to drive over. Motion-activated surveillance videos around the homicide suggested to affiant that the damaged tire was not in the roadway shortly before the shooting. Because no vehicles traveling on Sanctuary Boulevard were seen swerving to avoid the damaged tire. Law enforcement identified the damaged tire as belonging to a 2004 Ford F-150 Lariat. Jacksonville Police Department issued several public advisories seeking information of the suspect truck and the damaged tire, including pictures of both in their notices. Henry Tenon is a black male, approximately 61 years old, 6'3", 259 pounds. Tenon has a criminal record in the states of Georgia and Florida, including multiple felony convictions for driving or suspended license, habitual traffic offender, burglary, grand theft, and unlawful possession of firearms. Investigation revealed Henry Tenon possessed a blue Ford F-150 Lariat, matching the description of the suspect truck. Law enforcement began to focus on Tenon as a potential suspect. In August of 2022, Henry Tenon was arrested on an unrelated felony driving charge, and during a custodial interview, Tenon was questioned about the murder and the Ford F-150. Investigation revealed a single link between Jared Bridegan and Henry Tenon. Mario Fernandez Saldana. Tenon was a tenant in a home on Potomac Avenue in Jacksonville, Florida, owned by Mario Fernandez Saldana. Mario is the current husband of Shanna Gardner, who is Jared Bridegan's ex-wife. Investigation into Bridegan's background revealed a highly acrimonious divorce from his ex-wife, Shanna Gardner, and a contentious relationship with Gardner and Mario Fernandez Saldana. Affiant received Tenon's financial records from PNC Bank on October 14th. Upon conducting the initial interview, 3 handwritten checks were discovered from Mario. Phone toll records. Tenon's home lease ended in February of 2022, according to Tenon's roommate, Jeremy Ordway. During his interview, Tenon denied having any phone contact with Mario Fernandez Saldana after ending his lease, except for a single contact in May. This claim was belied by phone toll records, which showed that Tenon and Mario had 35 phone contacts in February, 30 phone contacts in March, and 5 to 7 phone contacts in May and June. The only link between Tenon and Bridegan is Mario Fernandez Saldana. Mario paid the suspect after the murder, minutes after Bridegan dropped his children off at Gardner's and Fernandez's home and began driving his usual route home, a damaged Ford F-150 tire blocked Bridegan's travel, requiring him to stop the vehicle. When Bridegan stopped his vehicle, he was murdered in front of his 2-year-old daughter. Nothing was stolen from the scene. Given the totality of the evidence, there's probable cause to establish that Tenon was a principal to Bridegan's murder and that Tenon conspired and assisted others involved in Bridegan's murder. So Tenon was arrested there. Now, okay, where'd we go with? Hang on a second. I thought I had multiple of. All right, so let me go back. Let's go to, what is it, 130, see where we are there? I better look at the picture, the number next time. Hang on 1 minute, okay? Okay, I'm sorry. Let's see, what was this about? Victims advised her to drop it. Did we go through this? It's very... I just want to read that because I don't remember going over that last night, where at approximately 1,000 hours, Kirsten Bridegan responded to the station, and while she was here, I asked her if she's willing to sign a waiver for Carolyn Zeiser, and she agreed. She then indicated Brenda Drake, another family law attorney, is who they had most recently used, and I asked if she was willing to sign a waiver for her, and she also agreed. At 11:57 hours, I called Brenda Drake, and after I advised her what I was calling about, she advised me she has no information on it. She said the last thing she has done for the victim was to draft a letter to his ex-wife's attorney in November of 2021 in which she wanted a new therapist for the children. They received a response back in January of this year, and they were not going to agree to a new therapist, and the victim just advised her to drop it. She did say the victim had concerns that his ex-wife was building a case to attempt to gain full custody of the children, as well as concerns that his ex-wife and new husband were coaching the kids. She also advised, although the victim was paying child support, that stopped when his ex-wife moved from St. Johns County, where he had moved to, so that he could be closer to the kids, and wanted the kids to go to the Discovery School. He did not want the kids to go to the Discovery School due to St. Johns County being known for the better school system. The victim and his wife came to an agreement where the children go to the Discovery School and his child support payments ceased. There is no further information to add to the report at this time. Jared's marriage to Shanna ended due to him getting her a personal training package with a personal trainer. We went with this, known as Matt, unknown last name. No physical abuse. Okay, we went through that. Jared's hobbies. Yeah, we went through that part. Yeah, that was his brother. Okay. Let me just... We went through all that. All the evidence of the truck, right? Yep. Computer forensics. Okay, so we must have made it all the way to the end of that. Okay, let me get to the next stuff then. So we have to get to Mario's arrest. Mario was arrested shortly after. This is Mario's arrest warrant. And let's see. Immediately before his murder. Okay, this they go over the whole thing there. Let's see what they say about him. Investigation into Bridegan's background reveal a highly acrimonious divorce from his ex-wife Shanna and a contentious relationship with both Shanna and Mario. Fernandez, Saldana, and Gardner met at a CrossFit gym in 2018, where Fernandez Saldana was a maintenance man. I thought he was the personal trainer. Up until the murder, Gardner, this kind of has a little bit vibes of the Fabio Santilli, where she left her husband and then ended up with that guy who was also had a really seedy past from at the gym. Remember the racquetball paddle? What the heck that was called? It wasn't racquetball. What did they call it? I don't know. Paddleball? Is that what? Okay, so a lot of this is redacted. So he was arrested. And let me get to, because then Shanna leaves Florida. So let me get back in my stuff here. Okay, so supplemental report. Let me go on to the next one, please. Hang on one second. This is, okay, let me open this one up. 1 second. Okay. Here we go. Go over there. Over there, please. All right, this is the next one we need. Just let me make sure where you guys are. I need like 4 more monitors. Okay, there we are. So here, this is February 23rd. Denise Powers. Okay, so they're checking about, they show him purchasing the Frosties at Wendy's. They're looking at the victims' whereabouts there. So lead sheet, Allison Presler heard shots and saw a truck leaving. At 15:11 hours, contact was made with Christina White. She advised she works at Mayo Clinic. And the night of the homicide, she got out at 1950 hours. Let's see. She gave not too much there. David Davis. He said he was already on the phone with his dad. Had been for approximately 5 minutes. He was driving his white Dodge Ram. He said he saw multiple vehicles with flashers on. He saw a black Volkswagen SUV with the door open, a man on the ground, and a tire in front of him. He estimated there were 4 other vehicles, not including the black Volkswagen. Okay, he slowed his truck down. He da-da-da-da. All right, he didn't tell them anything. Okay, so they obtained a signature from a judge for a cell phone tower dump search warrant for the incident. Okay. Interview, who's this, with another witness on Sanctuary Boulevard. She stated she didn't see anything suspicious as he approached the scene and advised he did not expect to see this in this area. He continued that advised he did not see anything suspicious. Okay. Let's see. A woman called, identified herself only as Charlene, the manager of Pablo Hamlet. She said the housing complex, which is currently under construction, only has a single working camera. Okay. Okay, that's when they got the camera footage of the truck. Okay, and this is the interview March 1st. Didn't we see this one? Yeah, we read Shanna's interview. Yes. Yeah, Gardner mentioned that the timing of all this is weird because she had just decided to let go of the frustration and make the best of the situation, right? She stated that in moments of anger, she has thought how much easier this would be. We read that. And then Mario's interview, let's see. That was Mario's. We already read his interview last night. Okay, and this is signed on the unknown vid 4x4 like his father's. On March 10th, let's see what happens here. Okay, Monday, March 7th, let's see. Kirsten Bridegan arrived at Jacksonville for the spare key for her Chevy Suburban. Running credit reports. That one had not really much of anything. Hang on one second and get the other ones. Supplemental reports 59 to 74. I don't know why these are not, they used to automatically open over there. The first truck is going to be a smaller Toyota. Okay, interview with John Scott Curry, the witness. Okay, at approximately 15:25 hours, an interview with Curry was being in interview room 89 conducted. Curry began by saying he does not have much knowledge of Jared Bridegan. Curry advised he was bishop of the local ward for the Church of Latter-day Saints. Curry stated he has only had one interaction with Bridegan, which was several years ago. Curry explained he was finishing a counseling session with a member of the church when Bridegan confronted him. Bridegan's children wanted to change their hairstyles, and he disagreed with their choices. According to Curry, Bridegan told his children their choice of hairstyles was sinful. Due to this, Shannon approached Curry so he could talk to the children. Curry told the children it was silly to call it sinful, but he explained the children needed to honor their parents' decisions. Curry advised Jared had issues with the counseling sessions he conducted with the children. Bridegan confronted Curry because of this counseling session. Curry explained to Bridegan, took issue with the conversation with Shanna because she was no longer a member of the church. Curry informed Bridegan it was his congregation and Bridegan could not tell him who he was allowed to minister to. Curry stated he attempted to de-escalate the situation, but it appeared Bridegan wanted to step out to the parking lot and fight. Curry felt he may need to contact the Neptune Beach Police Department due to Bridegan refusing to leave. Curry informed he was calling the police, and if he did not leave, he would remove him. Ultimately, Curry did not call the police, and Bridegan left. Due to the above-mentioned situation, Curry contacted the church's legal department. Curry stated his wife began carrying a concealed weapon because she felt threatened by Bridegan. Curry advised Abigail had recently had interest in getting baptized, and Gardner approached Curry about getting counseling with Curry as well as Bridegan's bishop. Curry felt this would be an issue with Bridegan, so he contacted Bridegan's bishop. Curry explained to Bridegan's bishop he felt Bridegan would have an issue with this arrangement. Curry also explained he has had an issue with Bridegan in the past. These conversations were had in the last couple of weeks. Okay, Justin Bridegan arrived at the Jacksonville Police Department to conduct an interview. I don't think his other brother was not Justin, right? Let me just make sure. No, I don't remember this. Okay. Justin arrived at the Jacksonville Police Department to conduct an interview. Justin advised the day prior he remembered an incident involving his brother and a relative of Mario's. At approximately 1550 hours, the interview was conducted in interview room 89 and was audio and visually recorded. Also present during the interview was Detective Courier. Justin stated he was sitting in his office the second day after his brother was killed. Hold on, I just want to grab the chat so I can be with you guys. Okay. Oh, who became a member? Hey, Sally15. Thank you for becoming a Deputy Rambler. Good to see you back here. Thank you. Okay. So, where were we? He was sitting in his office the second day after his brother was killed. When sitting in his office, he stated 3 words came to him. The 3 words were blue truck ice cream and redneck. Wow, blue truck, ice cream, and redneck. That's more than 3 words, but okay. Jared advised he did not bring it up because he didn't think it was important. He felt he needed to bring it up after hearing the information of the vehicle of interest being released. Jared began to describe a birthday party his brother threw for Abigail and Liam at Adventurers Landing. The party took place several years ago. While at the birthday party, one of Mario Fernandez Saldana's relatives was at the Adventure Landing. Jay Bridegan advised his brother was upset about this because he thought they were being followed. Jay Bridegan would go on to explain he felt his brother was disturbed because of an incident during the divorce. Jay Bridegan advised his brother told him Shanna placed a bug in his vehicle. This was placed in the car to spy on Jared, his brother. Jay Bridegan explained an interaction with Mario Fernandez which took place on the child's birthday. Jay Bridegan advised Mario and Shanna showed up to his house unannounced with a present for the child. Jay Bridegan described Mario as being intense while talking about his military service. Mario was telling war stories while he was there. Jay Bridegan would go on to explain what he thought happened to his brother. Jay Bridegan felt Shanna and his brother were constantly going back and forth, tit for tat. He felt Shanna would have taken an issue with his brother fostering his religion with the children. Jay Bridegan advised Shanna would probably feel like her children were being indoctrinated. Jay Bridegan felt Shanna Gardner, would vent to Mario about the situation. He felt eventually Mario would get together with his friends and do something about it. Jay Bridegan felt this would have taken two people to plan and execute this plan. Jay Bridegan would go on to explain his departure from the church and how this affected his family. Jay Bridegan read an email from his brother, which he felt was an example of how Jared could be condescending. End of interview. Okay, to examine the spare tire. On 316, what'd you do here? The tire. They swabbed the tire and took pictures. Okay. Subpoena for JP Morgan Chase was received. Information. Let's see what else we got. An interview with Cody Salmons. Let's see, a witness. Did they find anything? All right, let's see here. Salmon stated that he met Mario and Shanna at the Black Hive Gym in Jacksonville Beach around the same time in 2017, before they were dating each other. He stated that Shanna was working out there and Mario was the handyman. Thought he was the personal trainer. Salmons was asked what his impression of Mario was when he met him, and he responded, sketchy. He stated he just made weird comments. He also used to brag about how much money he made in disability from the military. He went on to state it was very weird how Shanna and Mario got together. He stated they started dating and were married 6 to 8 months later. Salmons was asked about his impressions of Shanna. He stated she was great and he did not see what Shanna saw in Mario. He stated that Mario and Shanna kind of stopped hanging out with the rest of their friends after they got married. Salmons stated either the day of or following the day of her wedding, he found Shanna next to her car at the gym, throwing up from drinking all day. He stated it was very odd that they got married so quickly and then kept it a secret from Mario's family. He stated Shanna had a lot of problems with Mario not telling his family about them getting married. The last time he saw Shanna was at a wedding on New Year's Day 2022 and at a 2019 Christmas party prior to that. He stated they all attended a party at Go Rock in Jackson Beach. Salmon stated that they left, but his sister went out to the beach bars with some friends. He stated that he later received a weird text from his sister, but then could not get in touch with her. He stated he got a text from his sister's phone from Shanna stating his sister, Chelsea, was pretty messed up, and they were taking her home. Salmon stated he was uncomfortable with this. I remember this, I think I know. So he went to Shanna and Mario's house to pick her up. When he arrived, he stated his sister was fully naked in the bathroom with her eyes rolling in the back of her head. He stated he took her from the house to the Baptist Hospital beaches. He stated Mario stated he had videos on his phone of Chelsea naked. He stated Mario was joking about the videos. When asked why he was so concerned about Chelsea going home with a couple of friends, he stated Chelsea was not close with Mario and Shanna and was there with other friends she was closer to and would have gone home with them. So he had a weird feeling. Shanna explained that Chelsea was naked because they were trying to get her to feel better. He was asked if there was any confrontation with Mario during the incident. which he stated there was not. He was asked what the hospital stated about his sister's condition, which they indicated her blood alcohol was very high. He stated she is a... I can't help you with that. Oh my gosh, that stupid thing scared the life out of me. Shush up, Siri, be quiet. Nobody's talking to you. My gosh, you scared the crap out of me. What happened? Oh, you're talking about something else. Okay. I thought you were asking me. I was like, yeah, I have photos and video. Hi, Frilly Farmhouse. How are you? Hi there, Bubbly Red. Hi, little lady. Hi, everybody. Okay, so this is really weird. I remember this now. This one I remember. Yeah, they had this lady naked in their bathroom. Right? Isn't that weird? Okay. So, very strange, right? She was, but does not get blackout drunk. He stated one of their friends indicated she was fine 1 minute and not the next. He stated his friend Josh stated Mario just showed up out of the blue and stated they were taking Chelsea home, which sounds like they might have slipped something in her drink or something and they wanted to get her home, right? Sammons was asked how Shanna was at the wedding they both attended on New Year's Day in 2022, and he stated she looked rough and dragged down. He was asked how Shanna changed. He stated Shanna used to be super fun and lively, but she looked super tired when he saw her at the wedding. He stated Shanna had made some comments about being busy with the bakery, and Mario was not about to help her due to his disability. He stated that after they got married, Shanna alienated herself from their friend group. He stated he thinks Mario is controlling and did not want her hanging out with anyone else. He was asked if he ever heard Shanna or Mario talk about Shanna's ex, but he stated he never directly heard anything. He was asked if he knew anything else and if he knew anyone else that knew both Mario or Shanna, and he stated Brent Parrish, the gym owner. Salmon stated that Mario was very opinionated and could never be wrong. He stated that Mario was supposed to help him on a house flipping project, but he instead had another guy, John, who came in and did all the work. He stated Mario was acting like a contractor and not doing the work himself. He stated the guy, John Biggerstaff, did about $12,000 in work on a project. However, he had to let him go because he was drinking on the job and keeping beer in the refrigerator. He stated when John was confronted, he became a douchebag. So he told him not to contact him anymore. Sammons was asked if there was anyone else that we should talk to who knew Mario or Shanna. He provided the name of Josh, who also worked at the gym, but he was not sure of the last time or any contact information. He also stated Hannah McCann could be a good person to talk to. Hannah, wasn't she the good friend of Jared's that he reached out to? Okay, at 1300 hours, I met with Chelsea Sammons. That's the woman that was naked in their bathroom. This is the woman that was naked. At police headquarters, the interview was conducted in the soft room and was audio and visually recorded. Detective Lamont was also present. Sammons stated she first met Shanna at Black Hive Gym and that they met Mario afterwards, both from around the gym. She stated Shanna was really nice and fun when they first met. Sammons was asked what her interactions with Mario were like. She stated he was always at the gym offering to stretch out the girls and wanting to give them massages. She stated she found him a little bit of a weirdo, but not creepy. She further stated she went to a Christmas party at Go Ruck in 2018 or 2019 and then went to Bricks in Jacksonville Beach. She stated she did not remember anything other than going to Bricks and then waking up in the hospital. She stated she was told that Mario came to the bar and got her, which seemed very weird because Mario did not come to the bar with them, but seemed to just appear. She stated her brother had her location, so he came and got her and took her to the hospital. Sammons stated she did not remember anything, but was told by her brother that she was found naked. She stated the hospital told her she just drank too much, but she stated she drank frequently back then and knows it was not just alcohol. She stated, what, they didn't take a blood test? Are you kidding? She further stated Mario texted her the next day and told her she should come to their house and watch the videos he made of her. Ew. She asked for him to send the videos, but he refused and stated she would have to come to see them in person. What? She stated Shanna also texted him the next day and asked if she was okay. Salmon stated, no, I felt like I was drugged. She stated Shanna said, no, that's not what happened. You just drank too much. Salmon stated the friend she was with also felt like he might have been drugged, but did not go to the hospital. She stated that friend is Josh Mario. I asked her if she knew what Shanna and Mario's intentions were when they took her home, but she stated she has never understood why they took her home. She stated she never asked them any questions because she was scared. She stated she stopped communicating with them after the incident. She stated she would not expect anything sinister from Shanna, but stated Mario was a creeper, so it would not surprise her. Shanna was asked Shanna was asked. They don't mean Shanna. Shanna was asked how Shanna was at the wedding. That's wrong. Salmons was asked how Shanna was at the wedding. Salmon stated she looked worn out and beat up. Salmons made the comment that Shanna made the comment, I wish things didn't happen the way they did, but she did not elaborate on what she meant by that. Salmon stated that Shanna was dating a mutual friend who broke up with her, and then she started dating Mario a short time later. They were suddenly married. She stated it seemed like Shanna was not happy to be married to Mario, and they stopped hanging out with them. She was asked if she knew anyone else that hung out with Mario, and she stated there was a Hispanic female, but she was not sure who she was. She also stated there was a guy, Josh, who worked at the gym, who was also friends with Mario, and she stated that Josh was working out with Mario at his home gym, but she has not seen him around in a long time. She was asked if there was any talk around the gym about who might have done this. She stated, everyone around the gym thinks Mario did it, only because he was creepy. She also stated she knew of another girl, Madison Shrine, who thought she might have been drugged by Mario at V's Pizza a long time ago. However, Shrine locked herself in a bathroom at the restaurant, so nothing happened. She was also asked, in her opinion, who did she think might have done this, and she stated her mind first went to Mario, but she stated thinking about how Shanna hated sharing custody with her ex, so she could see her hiring someone to do this. At approximately, I received copies of 10mm pistol transactions for Beach's pawn. Okay. Let's see. 3/18/2022. Several cheek swabs. Again. Google subscriber information. Elimination buccal swabs. Okay, what is this? This is an interview with a former girlfriend of Mario's. This should be good. The interview is Mario. Okay, the interview was audio recorded only. She stated she met Mario through Tinder, but her sister, Dana Carey, oh my gosh, actually knew him previously. She thinks they met through a military friend, stated she has not been in contact with her sister and is not sure of her location. She was asked if Mario was still on Tinder, which she stated she did not know. She stated they went out for about a month in July of 2017. Prior to moving into Mario's house, they lived with two other people, Alexandria Dusak and an unknown female, and moved out shortly after they moved in. She lived there until around November 2017. After the lease ended in November, they parted ways and did not speak anymore. She was asked if the relationship was exclusive, which she stated she thought they were together at the time. However, she stated they were definitely not together. She stated Mario did not bring any other girls around, but she had a hunch. She stated that Mario was sexually abusive. She stated that there was one time in particular when they got mad at each other and she got scared that Mario was going to hit her. She stated that altercation was about if they were exclusive or not. She stated that prior to that conversation, they were staying in the same room and acting like they were in a relationship, but they were not in a relationship. She stated after the altercation, Mario moved into the room downstairs that was vacated by the male that moved out. She stated a lot of the details are fuzzy because she was going through a rough time. She stated she was having a hard time financially and moved in with Mario so quickly because she had nowhere else to go. She stated she felt like she had to deal with anything that happened because she had no other place to go. She stated when the male roommate moved out and she took over paying her portion of the rent, Mario's demeanor changed towards her. She was further asked about what type of sexual abuse happened between Mario, and she stated she was not sure how far in detail she could go. She described an incident where she and Mario were in the shower, and Mario turned her around and arred her in the shower. She stated she asked him to stop because it hurt, but he continued until he finished. She stated there would be other times when they would be sleeping in the middle of the night and Mario would wake her up to have sex, and she was asked if she ever tried to tell him no or have a conversation about it, which she stated no. She stated she had been in rough relationships in the past and she just felt like she had to take it. She stated Mario would become enraged when they would have conversations about their relationship, so she did not feel like she could talk to him about it. She described another incident when Mario wrapped his hands around her neck, causing her not to be able to breathe, but did not do it the whole time. She was asked if Mario ever hit her, which she stated no. She brought up Mario being in the military as to suggest he would know how to hurt her. She was asked if she knew anything about Mario's military history, which she replied she knew he was a sergeant or something like that. However, she did not know any other details. She was asked if she knew if Mario had any firearms. She stated he had a BB gun and a rifle, but she wasn't aware of any other weapons. She stated he also had a knife in his car. She was asked if she ever saw any other outbursts other than the one she described, but she stated no. She stated she had no contact with Mario since 2017 or early 2018. She was asked if she thought Mario might be into any type of S&M, or forceful sex. She stated he had a lot of porn on his computer, but she was not aware of anything else. She was asked if she knew any of his friends, but she only knew Alexandria Dusak. She also stated she knew he worked out at Black Hive Gym. I showed her a copy of the joint application at Navy Federal Credit Union account. She stated he took her to Navy Federal to open an account for her since she did not have any military affiliation, but she is the only one that has ever used that account. She stated she removed him from the account in November of 2017. She was asked if she knew how Mario made a living. She stated he worked at Black Hive as a trainer. Okay, now he's a trainer, see? And he also worked at Brumo's Mercedes as a mechanic. She stated she met Mario's sister, brother, and niece, but she did not remember any of their names. She was asked if he had any kids or had been married, which she stated no. She was also asked if she ever heard the name John Biggerstaff, and she stated John sounded familiar, but she did not know anyone by that name specifically. She was also asked what type of cars he had, which she stated a white Porsche and a BMW bike. She stated he had afforded the car just by managing his money well. He managed his money well. Okay. Shanna Gardner came to the police headquarters to drop off a white box containing several cookies. Oh, I remember this. She brought the cookies, yes. Came to the police headquarters to drop off a white box containing several cookies that were wrapped in plastic wrappers. The box was secured with a bow. The box, bow, and wrappers were placed into evidence. Gardner stated the cookies were prepared in her home bakery. They put them into evidence. Isn't that funny? Oh my goodness. But I brought you cookies. Okay. On Friday, March 18th, I completed a new cell phone tower dump search warrant to encompass the scene location and the victim's ex-wife, Shanna Gardner's residence, located at 1511 Marsh Inlet Court. Hold on a minute. Let me see something here. Here, this is This was Shanna's house right here that she was living in. I'm surprised with her bakery business. It's a pretty, like, I expect her to have a kind of a big, intense kitchen. Wouldn't you have? That's weird. I wonder. I was going to say if she used that for her bakery place, but where's the ovens and stuff? That looks like a dog washing sink. That's very odd. Unless it was sold again and the people took out stuff. That's weird. That chicken coop? Interesting. Okay, back to, where were we? Okay. On Tuesday, March 22nd, to approve the new phone. So, Flower Dog, okay. On March 28th, I received the John Biggerstaff's AT&T toll records. Investigation continuing. Okay, so let me see, that was, hold on a minute, let me go to the next file. Okay. Oh, let's see here. So that was 1 through 34 we did 35 to 58. Now we would do 59 to 74. Okay. That one opened up on the right screen, very good. March 8th, I made contact with Michael Kale Abernathy. Let's see. Abernathy. Mason, okay, I made contact, hold on a minute. During the initial canvass, Detective Connor made contact with Sean Patrick Mason, who was located at the Marsh Inlet Court. Mason informed detectives he believed Mario Saldana to be a suspect in this case. Mason informed detectives he has had issues with Mario stemming from an incident in 2018. Mason has accused Saldana of killing his personal cat as well as stray cats in the neighborhood. On 2/26/2022 at approximately 11:17 hours, I made contact with Mason in reference to the statements he made in the initial canvass. Mason explained his dispute with Mario over the cats. Mason advised that Mario would get aggressive and make threats of physical harm to people who fed the stray cats in the neighborhood. Mason stated detectives should speak with Michael Abernathy, who lives at 1780 Marsh Inlet Court, in reference to the case. Okay, so they went to Abernathy. He was not home, and then they made contact by telephone. Abernathy advised that he and Mario were casual friends. Abernathy confirmed the comments made by Mason in reference to the shooting of the stray cats. Abernathy stated he saw the pellet gun used by Mario in the garage. Abernathy stated he never saw a real firearm, nor did Mario talk about owning a firearm. Abernathy stated he did not know much about the victim, Jared Bridegan. Abernathy stated Fernandez Saldana would complain about the victim periodically. Abernathy stated Fernandez would complain because Jared would not cooperate with the children's schedule. This would often disrupt vacation plans for Shanna and Mario. Without being asked, Abernathy stated that several neighbors thought Mario was responsible for Bridegan's death. Abernathy was asked if he believes that Mario was responsible, and he was unsure. Abernathy would go to say that he does not believe Mario killed Jared Bridegan. However, he believed Mario could be responsible for planning Jared's death. Abernathy would go to describe Mario as a guy with a short temper. At 17:30 hours, Allison Ann Preslar arrived at the Jacksonville Beach Police Department to speak about the lead she called in after the incident. Follow-up was conducted on the lead. Let's see. Saw a blue older model truck stopped after going south on Sanctuary. She did not notice any vehicle. After reviewing surveillance video, there were only 2 trucks seen. The first truck is a smaller Toyota. The second truck appears to match the vehicle of interest. Okay. Interview with John Scott Curry. We talked about this, the guy from the Latter-day Saints Church, right? About the sinful hair. Yeah. See. Yeah, this is the brothers interview. We talked about that already. Salmons, we talked about that. Buccal swabs. we already did that. Cell phone tower dump again. Okay, hang on. Let me see what else we have here. Jared's death certificate. Let me go back into my files here. See what we've got. Okay, so now that was 58. I think that was, what was that? 59 to 74? That could, no. Am I looking at the wrong one? 1 through 3. Okay. So then let me see. We've got to open. Let me see. 93 to 1. Let me look at this one here. 59 to. Is that what I said? 59 to 74, right? I'm going to open this one first. Now, how come that one didn't open there like that other one did, like a nice little kid? See? And now I have to put it over here. I don't know why some of them are opening and some of them aren't. Okay, an interview with Bradley Bird. Let's see. Bird began the interview explaining how he knew Shanna Gardner. Bird advised that he owns a tattoo studio in Jacksonville Beach. Bird was able to recall specific dates because of paperwork documenting Shanna's appointments. Bird stated the two became friends because he could relate to her Mormon background because of his time in Utah. I remember this. Bird would go on to explain he remembers Gardner because of what he called the downfall of the Mormon girl. Bird advised she began to come to his establishment and get tattoos, and he was with her when she began to drink alcohol. After Gardner got familiar with Bird and his employees at the shop, Bird stated after a tattoo session, Gardner invited several of the employees out for drinks. Bird advised during this time Gardner would talk too much about her divorce with Jared. During this particular incident, Gardner informed the group her life would be easier if someone would shut her husband up. Bird stated that Gardner asked the group if they knew anyone who shuts people up. Bird advised at that point he did not take it to mean anything at the time. Bird would later describe Gardner as emotionless. Bird would go on to explain he has had no contact with Gardner since August of 2015, after the night where Gardner asked about shutting up her husband. Bird did not have much contact with her. Bird would go on to explain he did not know the details of the murder when it was originally reported. Bird recently read an article and recognized Gardner. Bird stated in the article he read about an incident where Gardner was accused of placing cameras in her home. Bird advised Gardner would talk about this while at the tattoo shop. As Bird talked about the divorce, he stated there were clearly animosity between Gardner and Bridegan. Bird would go on to explain there were arguments over the kids and her status as a Mormon. Bird stated he never met Bridegan or knew, he doesn't mean Bridegan, he means Mario, or knew him in any way, or Jared, I'm sorry, he does mean that, or knew him in any way. End of interview. I don't know why they didn't ask him if he knew Mario. Okay, let's see. On June 28, 2022, myself and Detective Lamont met with Christina Stifler. The ASA asked Elizabeth Smith to come to provide a statement recounting her experiences with Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez. These statements were provided earlier to detectives, but she did not want to be identified at that time. Smith recounted the following. This is Elizabeth Smith. She contacted a family friend who is an ATF agent, alcohol, tobacco, firearms. She stated she worked with Shanna Gardner in 2015 at a school. She stated they developed a close personal friendship and their families would often spend time together. Smith stated while they were working at the school, Gardner related to Smith, Mario offered to get 4 guys and break into Jared's residence in the middle of the night and take care of him, and nobody would ever know. Smith also stated one evening while out for dinner, Smith and Fernandez had a disagreement over how to handle her child. During the encounter, Fernandez said to Smith, "You know, I've killed people before," which she took as a threat. Smith finally recounted Gardner walked in on Fernandez taking nude photos of an unknown female and also getting erotic massages. What? Smith stated Gardner told her she only married Fernandez because it would look better in court for custody reasons if she was married. Also, her parents would give her money if she was married. That concluded the statement. I still don't understand how her parents approved for that marriage. I don't get it. Okay, let's see. Here's July 7th. While reviewing materials returned through search warrants and subpoenas, it was discovered that Mario Saldana left the state on an unexplained trip to as an unexplained trip out of the state. Saldana left Florida and made stops in Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina before driving straight through to Pennsylvania. After spending a little over a day in Pennsylvania, Saldana then returned to Florida. The trip consisted of 6 days and lasted from 3/2/2022 to 3/9. What is that? I'm sorry. They just said it lasted 6 days, but 3/2 to 3/6 is 4 days. Even if you count each of those days, it's 5 days. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How is that 6 days? What? There's so many mistakes in these reports. I mean, grammatical, spelling, people's names reversed, and this doesn't even make sense. Saldana conducted his first interview with Jacksonville police on 3/1/2022. Abigail and Liam conducted interviews with the Child Protective Team on 3/4. Saldana made the following stops: 3/2 Brunswick, Georgia, 3/3 Pooler, Georgia, 3/3 Florence, South Carolina. I wonder if he went to Buc-ee's. No, Buc-ee's wasn't open in 2022. It was just being built. 3/4 Chesterfield, Virginia, 3/4 Fredericksburg, Maryland, at a Shell oil station, 3/4 Tarentum, Pennsylvania, 3/5 Morgantown, West Virginia, 3/5 Columbia, South Carolina. Due to the timing of this trip in relation to the interviews, the unexplained trip was investigated further. Several days prior to the supplement, a tip came from Crime Stoppers, made us aware of a truck in Gaffney, South Carolina, which matches the suspect vehicle in this case. Imagine that. At approximately 500 hours, Detective Burrell, 1202, and I left Jacksonville Beach and headed towards South Carolina to investigate the above-listed Crime Stoppers tip. Approximately 7:30 hours, a stop was made at End Market Store gas station located at 907 US 80 Pooler, Georgia. Contact was made with Carissa Becker, the manager, in reference to Saldana's stop at this location. Saldana stopped at the location on 3/3. An attempt was made to receive video. However, their video is no longer available due to the amount of time and the storage available. At approximately 1400 hours, contact was made with the Gaffney Police Department in South Carolina. The Gaffney Police Department advised the location of the truck was in the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office. Contact was made with Cherokee County. Deputies were dispatched to meet us at Bonnie's Auto Sales. Upon arrival to Bonnie's Auto Sales, no employees were present and the blue Ford F-150 in question was located on the property. The Ford F-150 closely matched the suspect's vehicle description only, lacking the toolbox. The Ford F-150 in question had a spare tire on the front passenger side. Several voice messages were left with Derek Elmore, the owner of the business. At approximately 1500 hours, Elmore arrived at the business and discussed the truck in question. Elmore produced documents for the purchase of the truck, which took place on 6/14/2022. Elmore purchased the truck from an insurance auction in Greenville, South Carolina. The F-150 was originally registered to Patrick Lee Miller in Townville, South Carolina. Elmore allowed us to enter the vehicle and inspect the interior and exterior. Upon further inspection, the original passenger front tire was located underneath the bed. It was determined that this F-150 was not the suspect vehicle in question. At approximately 1900 hours, Detective Beryl and I arrived in Clinton, North Carolina. Saldana arrived in Clinton, North Carolina on 3/3/2022 at approximately 1000 hours and left at approximately 600 hours. While in Clinton, Saldana visited a Walmart, and McDonald's, and a Ruby Tuesdays. It should be noted no financial transactions have been located for a hotel the night of 3/3. At approximately 1950 hours, contact was made with Douglas Hearns, who is a loss prevention representative. Hearns provided a receipt and video of Saldana's purchase. Hearns advised the video storage system had a massive error 2 weeks prior that caused all but 2 cameras to be corrupted. In the video provided, Saldana is seen purchasing various toiletries, to include body wash. The following day, Hearns reached out to the Walmart located in Tarentum, PA, to inquire about possible videos. Saldana visited this Walmart on 3/5 at approximately 8:30 hours. Hearns advised that Tarentum Walmart no longer has video available. At approximately 2015 hours, contact was made with Murphy's gas station, which is located at on the property of the Clinton Walmart. Saldana made a transaction for what appears to be fuel on 3/3/2022. The manager advised there's no video present due to the length of time. At approximately 2030 hours, contact was made with Ruby Tuesdays in Clinton, North Carolina. And they were able to provide a receipt of the transaction. While reviewing the receipt, it appears Saldana purchased 3 separate meals. The total transaction amount, $74.54. On Wednesday, July 8th, at approximately 8:30, contact was made with Lieutenant Robbie King of Clinton Police Department. Lieutenant King assigned Detective Siebert to assist us. Detective Siebert was informed of the general area where Saldana's phone was present throughout the day on 3/3. Siebert advised them there was a Tropicana supermarket in the area which sees a lot of traffic. Contact was made with the managers of the Tropicana, and videos from 3/3 were unavailable. The managers were shown pictures of Saldana and several associates, and none of the pictures shown were recognized by the employees. After leaving the Tropicana, contact was made with McDonald's. There was no available video at McDonald's. At approximately 11:30, contact was made with the Sampson County Sheriff's Office. While researching George Cruz, a local contact of Saldana's, it was discovered that Cruz had an associate that lived in Clinton, North Carolina. This contact was identified as Angel Gerardo Rapallo Amador. The current address is Turkey Highway, Clinton, North Carolina. Upon arrival, Amador's vehicle was in the driveway and the property was in disrepair. Several attempts were made to contact Amador. No one came to the door. Surrounding properties were checked. It appeared as if the residents were home, but no one would speak to detectives. At approximately 12:45 hours, contact was made with the Duplin County Sheriff's Office in regards to contact with George Cruz. Contact was made with George Cruz, and here's the interview. The interview with Cruz took place at his residence. The interview was not recorded due to Cruz refusing to open the glass door into his residence. This is further explained below. Also present for the interview was Detective Burrell. Upon making contact, he appeared to be extremely nervous and refused to walk outside. Once Cruz came to the door, he opened the solid front door, but he refused to open the glass outer door. The entire conversation with Cruz took place through the glass door. Cruz seemed uneasy and would not make contact more than a brief moment. When asked if Cruz knew Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana, Cruz denied knowledge of Saldana. Cruz was asked again, and he was made aware of his contacts through his cell phone. Cruz also denied any knowledge of Saldana. Cruz was shown a picture of Saldana, and he stated he knew him as Mario Fernandez. Cruz was asked what's the nature of his relationship with Saldana. Cruz advised he met Saldana online, where the two would play video games. Cruz stated Mario helped him purchase his current vehicle, which is a 2008 Toyota Tundra. Cruz could not remember if the vehicle was purchased in South Georgia or North Florida. Cruz stated he had been to Saldana's house several times, but he could not remember time frames. Does that mean Big Tunda? He had a vanity plate on that, a Big Tunda? Okay. Cruz was asked about Saldana's visit to Clinton, North Carolina, which took place on 3/3 to 3/4. Cruz stated he did not meet with Saldana when he was in Clinton. Cruz stated he was unable to see Saldana because of conflicts with his job. Cruz was further asked about the cell phone conversations between him and Saldana on 3/3. Cruz stated he does not remember what the two talked about because it was not important enough to be recalled. Cruz was further asked about the nature of Saldana's visit to Clinton. Cruz stated Saldana went out of town to do a send-off for the children's father because their family was not invited to the funeral. Cruz would go on to explain a conversation he overheard while the two were playing video games. Cruz stated he heard Saldana and Shanna discussing the police were at the house to talk about Gardner's ex-husband's murder. Cruz could not specify when the conversation took place. Cruz was further asked the time frame of the conversation. He stated the conversation may have taken place the day after or a week after the murder. Cruz would go on to explain the last time he spoke with Saldana was a week prior to my contact with him. Cruz was asked if Saldana ever spoke about Jared or the issues Saldana had with the Bridegan family. Cruz stated he does not have that kind of relationship with Saldana. Cruz stated he and Saldana only play video games and share memes with each other. Cruz further advised he does not have any knowledge of the murder. At approximately 1640 hours, contact was made with the Cumberland County Sheriff's Office in reference to interviewing Taylor Lees. Contact was made with Taylor Lees in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Let's see. Lee advised she met Saldana when she was a member of ROTC at Vanderbilt University. Lee explained at the time she was attending Belmont University in Nashville, Tennessee. Lee advised she dated Saldana briefly while in college, but the two stayed in touch throughout this time. Lees would go on to explain she was not sure why Saldana left the military, but she believed he got kicked out. Lees would go on to explain Saldana was very interesting during the time she knew and dated him. Lees further explained Saldana was funny, and I don't want to say manipulative. Saldana seems more educated than he is. Lees was asked if she still communicates with Saldana, and she advised she does not. Lee stated the last time she spoke with Saldana was in March. Lee stated she reached out to Saldana in late 2021 seeking advice on dealing with her stepchild. Lees would explain she knew Saldana had experiences in dealing with these situations. Lees advised she communicated with Saldana by text and phone. Lees advised Saldana described the interactions with Bridegan as difficult and not very easy. Saldana described a lot of arguing and fighting when dealing with Bridegan. Saldana described issues with the children's health and the disagreements which were had between the two families. Lees advised Saldana described Bridegan as a piece of work and frustrating to deal with. Lees was asked about her knowledge of the murder of Bridegan. Lee's advised she did not know exactly when the murder took place, but she advised she was contacted by Mario the day after the murder. Saldana contacted Lee's, stating Bridegan was murdered the night prior in Jacksonville Beach. Saldana stated he did not know who did it. Lee stated her last communication with Saldana prior to the murder was several weeks prior. Lee's explained she felt it was random. Saldana contacted her about the murder. Lee's was asked about Saldana's trip to North Carolina, which took place 3/2/2022 to 3/6/2022. Lee's advised she did not know Saldana was in North Carolina and he did not contact her during that time. Lee stated she did not know anyone currently living in North Carolina who Saldana would be meeting with. Lee advised an individual named Pedro possibly lived in the area. Not Pedro from south of the border. Lee's provided an Instagram account of Pedro. Lee's would go on to explain she never knew Saldana to be violent. Lee's described Saldana as being aggressive during his time as a drill sergeant. Lee advised she has never seen Saldana act aggressive or violent in public. Lee described Saldana as thinking very highly of himself and very narcissistic. Lee's was asked about Saldana's current relationship with Shanna Gardner. Lee advised it appeared Saldana felt his marriage with Gardner was ending. Lee felt like Saldana was angling to see if she was interested in a relationship with him. Saldana made statements that his marriage had run its course. Lee advised Saldana spoke about the divorce as if it was his idea. Saldana states to Lee's that he has done his time. Lee's would go to explain Saldana mentioned his work. He worked out a contract through Gardner's family to marry her. Saldana mentioned this contract in early 2021. Lee speculated Saldana was providing protection from Gardner's ex-husband. Lee advised Saldana would never explain the contract in detail. Interesting. Lee would go on to explain she did not feel like Saldana would be capable of murdering Bridegan. Lee described Saldana as someone who talks a big game but never acted on anything. Lee advised she never heard Saldana made any threats towards Bridegan. It should be noted, once the interview ended, Lee's advised Saldana described the murder of Bridegan as a hit and run. This was said when Saldana called her on 2/16/2022. Interesting. Hit and run, so they probably... Interesting. Okay, let's see. On Monday, okay, this is when Jeremy Ordway, I met with him. That's when they found that Ford F-150. And he took the tire. Okay, let's see this. On Monday, July 18th, at approximately 14:55 hours, Detective Lamont and I met with Jeremy Ordway in Jacksonville, Florida. The only vehicle parked at the residence was an older model red Toyota displaying Florida license plate. When I took a picture, which I took a picture of prior to Detective Lamont making contact with Ordway. While Detective Lamont interviewed Ordway near the front door of the residence, I was standing nearby in the driveway. Approximately 5 minutes later, and while Ordway was talking to Detective Lamont, an older black male driving a white older model four-door Ford Crown Victoria backed into the driveway. Ordway identified the male as Henry Tenon and continued his interview with Detective Lamont. Tenon got out of the car, got a metal bowl out of the trunk, filled it up with water, and set it on the ground near what appeared to be a truck tire, specifically a BF Goodrich Advantage TA Sport LT size 265 60R18, leaned up against the corner of the house. There was no truck in the driveway, and I did not see any other tires in the area. I knew Detective Lamont may have wanted to speak with Tenon and spoke briefly with Tenon on unrelated matters while waiting for Ordway and Detective Lamont to finish speaking. After Detective Lamont finished talking with Ordway, Detective Lamont interviewed Tenon. Following the interview, I asked Ordway about the tire. Ordway said the tire did not belong to him, and he said he found it in front of his house by the curb. He said while pointing to the grassy area. He did not say as to when or why he brought it up from the roadway to his house. I asked if he wanted the tire or wanted me to dispose of it for him, to which he said I could take the tire. I loaded the tire into the bed of my police vehicle. Detective Lamont and I returned to police headquarters, where I took digital photographs of the tire and placed it in the property room as evidence. On Tuesday, July 19th, 2022, Detective Lamont and I went to the property room and compared the two tires, noting that both the DOT numbers along with the date of manufacture, which labels the tires manufactured the 47th week of 2018, both tires appear to match each other. Detective Lamont and I repackaged the original tire seized from the scene, packaged the second tire, and placed them both in the property room. At approximately 1300 hours, Detective Burrell and I made contact with Jeremy Scott Ordway. Ordway was identified as being a tenant of Mario Saldana's rental property located at the above address. Now, is this the same one or a different one? I don't know, let's just go through this. Ordway was advised interviews were being conducted with people associated with Jared Bridegan. While Ordway does not directly know Bridegan, he is currently a tenant of Saldana's. Ordway began by saying he moved into the residence in February after living in the house next door. Ordway advised he lived in the previous address for 2.5 years. He explained he knew Saldana from interactions at the current address. When Ordway had to leave, he reached out to Saldana about living at that 5239 address. Ordway advised the previous tenant was an individual named Henry, who was later identified as Henry Tenon. Ordway stated Tenon lived at that residence a long time and had his own police issues. Ordway would go on to explain he has known Saldana for a couple of years. Ordway advised Saldana had recently sold this residence and he has until December 1st to vacate the residence. Ordway advised Saldana came by a week ago. Ordway would go on to explain he does not talk to Saldana other than paying his rent. It should be noted Saldana and Ordway have extensive contacts present in phone records, so he's lying. Ordway was asked if Saldana has a maintenance person who works on the house. Ordway advised he conducts repairs around the house to supplement his rent payments. Ordway advised he has no other individuals living in the residence with him other than friends staying from time to time. While interviewing Ordway, Henry Tenon pulled in the driveway. Ordway advised Saldana does not speak to him about his personal life. Ordway advised he does not talk to Saldana other than what he needs for building supplies or to work on the house. Okay, here's Henry's interview. Now let's see what he has to say. Tenon was advised interviews were being conducted with people associated with Jared Bridegan. While Tenon does not directly know the Bridigans, he is currently a tenant of Saldana, who is directly associated with Bridegan. Tenon would go to explain he has known Saldana for 4 years. Tenon advised there has been no other tenants during his time renting the residence. Tenon advised he found the property due to a female renting her room to him. Tenon advised he would pay cash and Mario would come to the property to get the payment. Tenon was asked if anyone would come by the house with Saldana during those times. Tenon advised occasionally a female would accompany Saldana, but he did not know who she was. Tenon would go on to explain Saldana would only come by the property when there was an issue or to collect the rent. Tenon advised an individual named John or Joseph would come by to collect... would come by to conduct maintenance on the house, John or Joseph. Tenon would later confirm the name was John. That must be Biggerstaff. Tenon described John as a chunky white guy with a bum knee. Tenon would further describe John as being bald with a thin mustache. Tenon stated John came by 3 times while he lived at the address. Tenon advised John drove a white Chevrolet Sierra. Tenon would go on to explain he's no longer in communication with Saldana. Tenon stated the last time he spoke to Saldana was in May. Tenon advised he came to visit Ordway in May and he saw him briefly. Tenon would go to describe Saldana as constantly being in a rush and would never stay very long. Tenon would go on to explain Saldana was never violent or aggressive in his presence. Once the interview with him was completed, Detective Burrell noticed what appeared to be the tire. Okay, we already got the tire. They got the tire. At approximately 1500 hours, I received a report from the FBI in reference to a human trafficking investigation involving John Biggerstaff. Biggerstaff is a close associate of Mario Saldana, and the report will be reviewed. Any information will be further documented. Okay, at approximately 1200 hours, contact was made with Joshua Emmanuel Nunez. Nunez was identified as an associate of Mario Fernandez. Okay, so here's his interview. Nunez was informed. Okay, let's go here. Nunez was advised. Nunez went advised. I'm telling you. Nunez advised he first met Saldana in 2011, and he would only see him once every couple of months. Nunez advised he met Saldana, a mutual friend. There's so many words missing. Through a mutual friend named Michelle Metz. Nunez advised Metz and Saldana were friends from Sandalwood High School. Nunez would go on to explain the last time he saw Saldana was approximately June 25th. Nunez advised when he saw Saldana, it was at a party for Metz's uncle. Nunez advised he has not seen Saldana before that substantial amount of time. Nunez advised he worked with Saldana at Black Hive CrossFit from 2018 to 2019. Nunez stated Saldana stopped working at the gym in 2019. Nunez stopped working at the gym at this time. Nunez would go on to describe his recent interaction with Saldana at the party. Nunez stated he arrived. He asked Saldana what he had been up to. Saldana told Nunez he has been just hanging out playing video games. Nunez advised Saldana plays Destiny through PlayStation. Nunez advised he has not played video games with Saldana due to Saldana using PlayStation and he uses Xbox. Nunez advised Saldana always seems like a normal, outgoing person. Nunez stated he never saw Saldana get angry or violent. Nunez advised he has never met anyone associated with Saldana who drove a blue Ford F-150. Nunez would further explain he has never met any of Saldana's associates or friends, and Nunez went on to explain he has met Shanna and her children. Nunez stated Gardner seemed really cool. Nunez advised Shanna and Saldana would talk about how Gardner and Bridegan were not meant to be. Nunez stated Shanna and Mario would tell the children to always love Bridegan. Nunez would go to explain he believes he has only seen Saldana one time between 2019 and the party mentioned above. Nunez advised he has babysat at their house approximately 3 times in the past. Nunez advised Charles Garcia would also babysit the house as well. End of interview. Okay, let's see here. Property room. Again for the tire. Jeremy Ordway. Okay, didn't we do this one? Ordway was asked how he knew. There's a follow-up. Mario, he stated he only knew him as the landlord. He stated he lived next door with his father, and he would see Mario when he came to collect the rent. He stated he did not have a friendship with Mario. It was a typical tenant-landlord relationship. Ordway was then asked about his relationship with Tenon. He stated he and Tenon became friends when he originally lived in the house, and he stated, and he stays there when he's not in Georgia. Ordway was asked about the tire the officers observed and subsequently removed with his permission. He stated he didn't know anything about the tire. He stated it was initially in the ditch in front of the house. He initially stated it somehow ended up on the side of the house, and he wasn't sure how it got there. And then he stated that tire somehow ended up in the front yard, and he was tired of seeing it fill with water, so he set it up against the side of the house. He stated he was not concerned with the tire because he did not own a truck, and he stated Tenon had not had his truck in several months since the engine blew up. Ordway was asked what type of truck Tenon had. He stated, it's like yours, motioning to the street where our unmarked Ford F-150 was at. He stated he was asked what color the truck was, and he stated it was blue. He stated Tenon's father died, and Tenon went up to Georgia and got his father's truck. I showed him a picture of a blue 2004 F-150 Lariat with the tan trim around the base and wheel wells with a metal toolbox, and I asked him if the truck looked like that, and he stated it did look similar, stating, yeah, that's it. Ordway stated once the truck was no longer functional, Tenon left the truck at Twins Food Store for about 2 weeks and had it moved to a yard somewhere, but he wasn't exactly sure where. He stated the truck has not run in about 3 months. He didn't know where the truck was towed to. A record search. The truck from the LPR in the video. Okay. On July 26, 2022, Jeremy Ordway advised Henry Tenon drove a blue F-150 similar to the vehicle of interest in the case. Ordway stated Tenon received the truck from his father. A registration search resulted in a 2004 Ford F-150 crew cab, which was blue with tan trim. The truck was found on LPRs, and the truck registered to Tenon's father matched the truck in the case. Ordway advised the truck may be in a repair yard in the area. On July 27, 2022, Detective Burrell and I conducted a search of the immediate area. The following streets were checked for the blue F-150. The truck was not seen in the above-mentioned area. While searching the area, several automotive-type businesses were located, and they were checked. The truck was not present at the above-mentioned businesses. The mentioned businesses did not have records or independent recollection of the truck, and Ordway had previously mentioned. Tenon is currently employed at Monessen Pallets. Monessen Pallets is located at the intersection of West 45th Street and Westside Boulevard. Monessen Pallets is approximately 2 miles away from the address. Tenon did not appear to be located at that business. Thursday, July 28th at approximately 1400 hours, Detective Burrell and I searched the parking lot of the Arbor Place Apartments. While reviewing the location data we received from Mario's cellular site search warrant, the phone was in this area the day prior to the murder. The truck was not found in the parking lot. While searching the parking lot, contact was made with a Kevin Rashad Monroe, who's a member of the maintenance crew. Monroe was shown a picture of the truck. Monroe stated he has seen a truck matching that description in the lot. He does not believe the individual driving the truck is a resident because the truck is not seen with regularity. Monroe advised he would contact the Jacksonville Beach Police Department if he sees the truck in the area. At this time, there are no known associates or anyone identified living at this address. Okay. On Monday, August 1st, Commander Crumley and I went to the following locations, which, through investigative means, revealed a possible past connection with Henry Tenon. Okay, on Monday, let's see, approximately 1,000 hours, we met at U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Okay, and flew to the area of Big Cypress Hunt Club located in Fargo, Georgia, in an attempt to locate the blue tan colored Ford. Agent Harmon took video while over the club. No trucks were found on the property. Upon our return, Sergeant Heyman gave me a video copy, so they didn't find anything. Okay. August 8th. Let's see. Cell phone data. Okay, at approximately 1,000 hours, a review of a local license plate reader was conducted. On April 2nd, 2022, at approximately 1612 hours, Tenon's truck was picked up on the license plate reader at 103rd Street and Ricker Road. That's the last known license plate reader location where the truck was recorded. On 4/2, at approximately 1306 hours, Tenon's truck was serviced at Discount Tire, Jacksonville, Florida. Tenon purchased 2 new tires, and it appears they were placed on the front axle. According to the receipt, Tenon kept 1 tire and disposed of the other tire through Discount Tire. Aha. The receipt for the tires has been placed in the property as evidence. Okay, let's see. Oh, they received information about Henry Tenon having a vehicle serviced at Discount Tire. At approximately 1620, Sergeant Shackelford and I arrived at the business and met with the manager, Eric Wright. Upon giving the phone number to Wright, he said Discount Tire had 2 dates of service for Henry Tenon. Wright said he had no direct information for either date of service and said the business's surveillance footage only goes back approximately 10 days from the date of service. He stated that he believes Discount Tire, Aaron Glendronning, may remember the service dates, said, what is that? Glendronning was present working at the River City location located in Jacksonville. Okay, he provided the phone number, yada, yada, yada. The first date of service, April 2nd, was for the Blue Lariat. Total was $319.28. The second date was April 23rd. Total price of that was $221.45. Thursday, I emailed Custom and Border Protection requesting a flyover. Let's see, did they find anything? She agreed to meet me at the headquarters. She did not see it. Okay, no luck there. It was discovered the original CD that was placed into property did not contain the audio recording of the interview with Jeremy Ordway. The supplement is to place the proper recording into property. Okay. On 8/18 at approximately 8:45 hours, I responded to the 5239 Potomac Avenue to retrieve the vehicle keys from the resident. I spoke with Jeremy, who handed me a set of keys. Jeremy explained where each key went to. Jeremy stated the small Ford key was for his father's Crown Vic. The other vehicle was for the vehicle parked in the driveway. Jeremy stated the other keys were Henry Ford's truck keys. I was instructed to take the keys and put them into property. The Ford truck keys were placed into property as evidence. The other keys were put into property for safekeeping. On Friday, August 19th, at approximately 800 hours, I met with Crumley and received a sealed envelope that contained the plexi flex cuffs Henry Tenon wore the previous day into Duval County Crime Gun Intelligence Center, and a closed brown paper bag containing a disposable coffee Tenon used to drink from during a subsequent interview. I placed them into the property room as evidence. At approximately 5:30 hours, Jeremy was contacted in reference to Henry Tenon's arrest, which resulted from a traffic stop. Ordway was contacted in reference to taking control of Tenon's dog. While speaking with Ordway, he was further interviewed in reference to Tenon and that truck. Okay, Ordway was advised Tenon's truck was used in the murder of Jared Bridegan. Ordway was advised of the previous statements he has made in reference to Tenon and his blue truck. Ordway stated, "I admit I took Henry to go get that truck when his dad died." Ordway further stated, "The truck has been broken down since January or February." Ordway stated after the truck broke down, he let Tenon drive the Crown Vic, which belonged to Ordway's father. Ordway would go on to explain the truck was taken to a yard. Ordway would further explain the yard as a general mechanic shop. Ordway advised he gave Tenon $1,000 to fix the truck because it had a blown engine. Ordway stated he gave Tenon the money in March, after previously stating that the truck was broke down in January or February. Ordway continued to state the truck came back to 5239 Potomac Avenue on a wrecker. Ordway stated he has never paid back the $1,000. Ordway would go on to explain that Tenon was his father's only friend, and this is why he let Tenon borrow the money. Ordway would continue to explain the truck had been broke down since the beginning of the year. Ordway explained he has lived at his current address since February, and he stated he has had his current number for 8 years. Ordway said that I am not stressing because I called Henry because, hey man, you can bring me home, something like that. It should be noted Ordway called Tenon at approximately 21:18 hours the night of the murder. Ordway was asked why he was hesitant about talking about the truck during previous interviews. Ordway would go on to explain he is not trying to volunteer anyone's life story. Ordway stated he isn't trying to be deceitful, but he was trying to offer anyone information that the detectives gave him. But he was trying to offer any more information than the detectives gave him. Ordway advised he was trying to keep himself from being involved in the incident. Ordway advised he never drove the truck, and he has never seen anyone drive Tenon's truck. Ordway stated he has driven the Crown Vic several times, but never any long distances from the house. Ordway would go on to explain Tenon drove the Crown Vic to Palaca to give a neighbor named Peggy a ride to pick up her sister. Ordway was unaware of the time frame of the trip. Ordway was asked about the phone call he made to Tenon the night of the murder. Ordway could not recall what the conversation was about. Ordway advised Tenon has not talked about the victim's murder on 2/16. Ordway stated Tenon has no issue with the discovery of the truck tire previously discovered at that address. Ordway advised after the first interview he contacted Mario in reference to the visit. Saldana stated detectives were interviewing associates and he apologized. Ordway advised Saldana never mentioned any conflict with the victim. Ordway would go on to explain he is not friends with Saldana and he does not know anything about him. He advised he has not visited Saldana in Jacksonville Beach, and the last time he was in Jacksonville Beach was 6 years ago. Ordway would go on to say he believes Tenon and Saldana met through renting the property at 5139 Potomac Avenue. Ordway described a time when Tenon helped Saldana fill a pool in at a property. Ordway could not remember when this event occurred. Ordway advised it might have been 6 months ago. Ordway continued to state he does not know where the truck is currently located, and he believes it's in the area of Potomac Avenue. Ordway stated Tenon did not discuss getting rid of the truck. Ordway would go to explain Tenon has a phone plan which contains 4 cellular phone lines. Ordway stated one belongs to his girlfriend and one is used by some lady. Ordway could not say who was in possession of these phones. It should be noted that Janie Deal was referred to as Tenon's girlfriend. Ordway later explains Peanut as having one of the phones. Peanut has been identified as Janie Deal. Deal is also listed in Saldana's contacts as Peanut. Ordway would go on to explain an incident where Tenon contacted him by one of the 4 phones. Ordway described receiving a phone call from an unknown number, and it was Tenon. Tenon stated his phone battery was dead, and this is why he was contacting Ordway with the unknown number. Ordway stated Tenon is usually in possession of 2 phones. Ordway stated he has never had a conversation with Tenon about Bridegan's murder. Ordway stated he asked Saldana about the murder, but he did not speak with him about it. Ordway stated that he has never seen Tenon with any weapons other than a shotgun that he received from his father. At approximately 700 hours, I advised, prepared to conduct an interview with Janie Deal and William Rabel. Okay. All right, let's just see this one. The interview with Deal, this is supposed to be Henry Tenon's girlfriend, was conducted in an interview room. The interview was audio and video visually recorded. Deal began the interview by saying she was on the way to the methadone clinic at the time of the traffic stop with Tenon. Deal advised William Rabal was also going to the methadone clinic as well. Deal advised she has known Tenon for over 20 years and that they dated once during this time. Deal advised Tenon takes her to the clinic every morning. After dropping her off at the house, Tenon goes to work. Deal advised Tenon currently lives at a house located at 5290 Potomac Avenue. It should be noted that this is Mario Saldana. Deal advised Tenon has lived here for a couple of years. Deal explained she lived with Tenon for a year. Prior to Ordway living at 5239 Potomac Avenue, he lived next door. Tenon was supposed to be moving out, and Ordway moved into 5239 Potomac Avenue. Deal was asked what kind of vehicles Tenon has driven in the past. Deal advised Tenon currently drives a Crown Vic he was pulled over in, and she only remembers him having a bicycle. Deal advised Tenon has borrowed cars to take her to the clinic. Deal stated he borrows Ordway's red convertible. Deal would go on to explain the last time she lived at 5239 Potomac Avenue was 6 or 7 months ago. Deal stated she lived there for about a year. Deal would continue to explain she does not go over to the Potomac house very often. Deal stated Ordway drinks and she does not like being around alcohol. Deal was again asked about the vehicles Tenon has driven in the past, specifically a truck, and Deal stated yes, but she does not know where it is. Deal advised the truck is broke down and that Tenon's father gave it to him. Deal was asked why she didn't mention the truck when she was previously asked. Deal stated she didn't mention it because it has been broke down. Deal continued to explain Tenon received the truck from his father once he passed away. Deal advised the truck is currently broke down, and Tenon was told the truck needed a new motor. Deal advised the last time she has seen the truck was 2 to 3 months ago. Deal was asked where the truck could be located, and it was parked by Twins Food Store. Deal was not aware of the location of the truck after it left Twins Food Store. Deal would go on to explain the truck is with a friend of Tenon's who's a mechanic. Deal advised she does not know which friend this is or where he is located. Deal stated that there is damage in the middle of the front bumper, and Tenon stated that he hit a pole. Deal advised she has seen the truck several times earlier this year, but she has not been inside of it. Deal stated she has seen the truck several times at Potomac prior to it breaking down. She advised Tenon has allowed other people to borrow the truck, but she does not know who. Deal advised she would not know who borrows the truck because after he takes her to the clinic, she stays home. Deal was shown a picture of Tenon's truck from the license plate readers. Deal said it looks like Tenon's truck, but she wasn't sure. She was informed Tenon's truck was involved in the murder involving Jared Bridegan. Deal was visually upset and advised she did not know where the truck was. Deal stated she would attempt to locate the truck. Deal advised Tenon has not talked about the murder and she did not know why he would be involved in this incident. Deal was asked if she knew who Mario Fernandez Saldana was. Deal advised Saldana owned the property at 5139 Potomac Avenue. Deal advised Saldana would give her rides from time to time. Deal was asked again about the whereabouts of Tenon's truck. Deal continued to state she did not know where the truck was. Deal stated Tenon was getting the truck fixed by a friend who is a black dude who works on cars. Deal was asked if Tenon has any weapons. Deal stated she only knew about a shotgun, which was in his car at the time of the traffic stop. Deal was shown pictures of Saldana and Ordway, and she identified both individuals as such. Deal was also shown a picture of John Biggerstaff, and she advised she did not know who he was. Deal advised she has not seen Saldana for about 8 months. Deal was asked if the truck had any sentimental value to Tenon because it belonged to his father. Deal advised Tenon stated the truck meant a lot to me because it belonged to his dad. Deal did not believe Tenon would just get rid of it due to this. Deal advised she told Tenon he should just sell the truck. Tenon informed her it was a good truck and he didn't want to get rid of the truck. Deal advised this conversation took place about a month ago. Deal would go on to explain that Tenon pays for her telephone and he has a phone plan with 4 phones. Deal advised she has 1 phone, her daughter has 1 phone, and Tenon usually has the other 2 phones on him. Deal advised she does not know why Tenon carries 2 phones. Deal stated several times Tenon has both phones on him all the time. Deal advised Tenon uses 1 phone for work and 1 for personal use. Deal gave permission for Detective Bureau to inspect her phone while she was in the interview room. Okay, and then this guy, Kevin. Horrible. That sounds like horrible. Look at that name, H-R-A-B-L. Horrible. Okay, horrible. Come on, these names. That's crazy. That name, isn't it? Harabal began the interview explaining his relationship with Tenon. Harabal advised he does not know Tenon and he's not friends with Deal. And he is friends with Deal. Harabal advised Tenon gives him a ride to the clinic. Harabal advised this arrangement has been in place for about a month. Harabal stated that he met Deal several years prior in his neighborhood. Harabal saw Deal again recently at the clinic, and this is when Tenon began giving him a ride. Harabal advised Tenon never charged him for gas. Harabal advised he has only ever rode in the White Crown Victoria the traffic stop took place in. End of interview. Thank goodness. Following the interview with Tenon, Detective Burrell and I received a search warrant for Tenon's physical cell phone. The cell phone was taken to digital forensics. Yada, yada, yada. Okay, on August 18, 2022, I responded to 311 West Monroe Street in an effort to conduct an interview with Henry Tenon. Mr. Tenon was arrested on unrelated charges. At approximately 7:13 hours, the interview with Mr. Tenon was conducted at CGIC at the SAO. The interview was audio and visually recorded. Also present was Detective William Paul Cullen. Detective Cullen went over the Miranda with Tenon, who signed the form and agreed to speak with us. During the first part of the interview, Tenon was asked about his driving habits and what car he was driving when he was stopped earlier for a DWLS, driving with suspended license, right? Tenon stated the Crown Vic he was driving today, which belongs to his roommate, Jeremy Ordway. He started using the car around February or March of this year. He said he mostly keeps the car in Potomac Avenue, but sometimes he goes to 8701 Old Kings Road. Tenon stated he took the Crown Vic to Drayton, Georgia to visit his brother in April. Tenon was asked if he has used any other vehicles, and he stated he was also driving a truck for about 8 months until it started having trouble. He was asked who owned the truck. He stated it was his father's. He stated his father passed away and left him the truck. He stated he thinks he got the truck around the first of the year, and he stated it was a 2004 F-150. He drove it until the truck stopped running. He stated he couldn't afford to get it fixed, so he sold it for parts. He stated the truck broke down in February. Tenon was shown a license plate reader hit from April that shows the truck at 103 in Ricker. You lying. Sorry if I scared anybody. He stated he kept the truck for about a month after he put the tires on the truck, April 2nd. Tenon was asked if he ever had to have the truck towed anywhere. He stated he had towed home in April when the oil pump went out. He stated he then sold the truck for parts in a cash deal. He did not know the person's name who purchased the truck. He was asked if he ever let anyone else drive his car. He stated the only one he ever let drive his car was Jimmy, but he was always with him. He was asked if he would ever let anyone use his truck without him being in the truck. He stated Jerry would be the only person he would ever let use the truck. He stated Jerry, Ordway, used the truck once while he was at work, both times in the middle of the day. Tenon was shown a photo of the truck and asked where he was going on February 16th around 6:30 in the evening. He stated it was out by the beach. He was at a restaurant, Burnt Ends. He was asked where it was. He stated it was right off Beach Boulevard, 4 blocks past Taco Lou. It should be noted the only barbecue restaurant in that area is Mojo's Barbecue, located at 1500 Beach Boulevard. Tenon was advised the night he was at the beach there was someone murdered. He was asked who had his truck during the murder. He initially stated he didn't know. He then said, "What night was it again?" He was asked if he was in the truck. He stated he was not in the truck. He was asked who had his truck. He stated he didn't know. He was asked if Mario had his truck. He stated no. He was asked again what happened to his truck that night. He did not answer. He was then asked why his phone was off that night. He stated it must have went dead. He was asked to tell us what happened that night, and he said he really doesn't know. Henry was shown a picture of John Biggerstaff. He stated he used to drive a white Chevy Sierra. He was shown a picture of Mario Saldana, and said that was his ex-landlord. Tenon stated he does not know anything that can help us put him away, motioning to a picture of Fernando Saldana. Tenon was told there are various items against him, and his cell phone was pinging in Jacksonville Beach. After several denials and stating that he did not know any information, he stated he did not know what happened involving his truck until detectives told him. He stated he drove to the truck. What? They don't even have this. He drove the truck to the restaurant. He stated he drove to the barbecue restaurant in Jacksonville Beach sometime after 5 p.m. He stated a key stays in the ignition and the key stays with him. He was asked if he saw a picture of the person who took his truck, would he know them? He stated he would. He was asked where he was when the truck was taken. He stated he was standing in the doorway of the restaurant. Tenon stated the truck was parked in the parking lot of the restaurant. I remember this. Near the main road, Beach Boulevard. He was asked how long was he in the restaurant. He said he was not sure, but it was a pretty long time. He stated he had to walk to the plaza, the opposite side of Taco Lou, to get his truck. He stated a green SUV pulled up and told him he could find his truck in the plaza next to Taco Lou. He stated he walked down Beach Boulevard, made a left to a little store, and got a bottle of water and soda. He stated his truck was parked near the plaza on the other side of the restaurant. He stated this was about 9:30, 10 o'clock. He was asked if the same person who asked to borrow this truck is the same person that took it from the parking lot. He stated it was not. He stated the person who asked to borrow the truck was Danny. He said he and Danny used to do work for work. What? For that fool, pointing to the picture of Fernandez. Okay. He said he and Danny used to work for that fool, pointing to a picture of Fernandez Saldana. Detective Cullen touched the picture of Fernandez Saldana, saying, "This guy?" Tenon said, "Yeah." He stated he has known Danny for about 8 months prior to borrowing the truck. He stated Danny asked him to borrow the truck in January, but there were issues with his truck. He stated Danny purchased a new battery and an alternator for the truck, which Tenon felt locked him in to help. Tenon stated he was told to meet at the restaurant and they would leave from there. He stated Danny knew there was a key in the ignition since they had used it to do landscaping jobs together. Tenon was asked if he used his secondary cell phone to call his cell phone that was left in his truck, and he stated he used his phone to call the phone in the truck because he could not find the truck. He stated he was upset with Danny because he did not bring his truck back in the time frame he was told it would be back. He stated he did not see the person yelling from the green truck was Danny because they knew him. But he did not actually see the person. What? He was asked if he recognized his tire was no longer in the back. He said, "Yep." He was asked if he talked to Danny after that night. He stated no, because Danny did not bring the truck back, and he does not have his phone number. He was asked if Danny was white or black. He was shown a picture of John Biggerstaff and asked if that was who came and got his truck. He said he did not think it was him. Tenon stated there isn't a whole lot he can tell us other than it was his truck, and he was not driving the truck. He was asked if he was in the truck, and he said no. He stated, "All I know is Danny had my truck to move some tile or parchments or something, and that was it." He then stated Danny left his black Mazda at the Potomac and took the truck from there. He stated, "To the best of my knowledge, Danny had my truck." Henry stated, "We, the police, have pictures of his truck, and he was not in it." He stated anything he says is going to be messed up because he can't say Mario took this truck. He said it was one of his rims and tires left at this scene, which was effed up. He then said Danny used his truck to repo someone's car, and Tenon did not want to participate, so he agreed to let him stay at the restaurant because he did not want to be involved. He said someone pulled up in a two-door black Mazda. Tenon then stated, "There is nothing else I can tell you." Detective Cullen asked Tenon what his concern was with telling us the truth. He stated his main concern is always about his kids and his grandkids. He was asked if there is something to do with his safety. Tenon stated pretty much in well-being. "There ain't anything else I can give you, and I think I need an attorney." While conducting an interview with John Biggerstaff, he agreed to submit a sample of DNA. "I met with Henry Tenon at the Duval County Pretrial Detention Center in an effort to collect DNA." Okay, got that. August 24th, approximately 12:30 hours, Alfredo Viguela Fontanez met with Sergeant K.O. Shackelford and I at the police station. Mr. Vilguila primarily speaks Spanish and his English is limited, so I translated. He is a mobile mechanic and his business card was in Henry Tenon's possession. He has not worked on any Ford 150 blue trucks and has only worked on a white 2001 Ford F-150 in the past 6 months. Okay, he was shown multiple photographs of Henry Tenon, John Biggerstaff, Mario Fernandez, and Daniel Holmes. He does not recognize anyone from their photographs, and he was unable to provide any information in this case. Computer forensics, okay, they processed Jared Bridegan's work Apple MacBook. They did not note anything that matches their keyword search. September 6, 2022. Detective Burrell conducted a search for Henry Tenon's truck in the vicinity of 5239 Potomac Avenue. Several areas were identified by the location data provided. Contact was made with a Clarence Reuben Broderick at 3450 Old Kings Road. Broderick had several vehicles in various stages of disrepair on the property. Broderick claimed he was a mechanic and runs his business through this location. Broderick was asked if he worked on any Ford F-150s recently, and he stated he worked on a blue Ford F-150 earlier this year. He began to describe the owner of the vehicle in great detail. He said he was tall, black male, who always had a dog with him. Broderick stated the owner advised he recently got the truck from his father, who passed away in Georgia. Broderick informed the owner the motor needed to be replaced, but the owner disagreed. The owner wanted to change the oil pump because he thought this would fix his problem. The details were confirmed by Jeremy Ordway and Janie Deal. Broderick advised the last time he saw the owner, he was driving a white Crown Victoria. Broderick stated after the truck sat on his property for a while, the owner drove the truck to Twins Grocery. According to Broderick, the truck sat there for an unknown length of time, and he does not know where it is at this time. Due to all of the above details matching the different statements by multiple individuals, it is believed the individual is Henry Tenon. Okay, Broderick would go on to explain. Tenon was referred to him by his wife's cousin, Tron. Broderick was not able to give his name, but he provided a phone number and attempted to call him. Tenon's cell phone was shipped to Cellbrite. Okay, the cellular phone was unable to be downloaded using conventional Cellbrite. The signed search warrant was submitted with the cell phone. Wow. Okay, that's pretty crazy. Contact was made with John Biggerstaff at his residence. Biggerstaff was asked if he would speak to detectives in reference to the case. Biggerstaff advised he's late for work and he would come to the Jacksonville Beach Police Department after he got off work. He arrived. Let's see. Biggerstaff began by describing his new job at TDH Christian Academy, where he is a JROTC instructor. Biggerstaff would continue speaking about his 22-year-old Navy career. Biggerstaff also briefly spoke about the time as a reserve officer with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. Biggerstaff stated he left the Navy once his daughter graduated from Sandalwood High School. Biggerstaff advised his daughter graduated in 2008. Biggerstaff would go on to explain his son is currently a police officer with the Arlington Police Department in Texas. He described his son as a former SWAT sniper and currently in the narcotics unit. Biggerstaff described when he met his current, I think they mean wife, while he was stationed in Spain. Biggerstaff has been married to her for 34 years. Biggerstaff would go to further explain his son and how he ended up in Texas. He advised his son played college football in Melbourne, Florida. After leaving football, he decided he would get a criminal justice degree and attend the University of North Florida. Biggerstaff advised at the time he was a reserve officer with the JSO After graduating, Biggerstaff's son decided he would go to the Arlington Police Department. While describing this, Biggerstaff advised his son was in Jacksonville in February for his wedding. Biggerstaff would go to describe Mario Saldana. Biggerstaff stated, a month and a half to 2 months ago, Saldana informed him Jacksonville Beach Police Department had been talking to his tenants at 5139 Potomac Avenue. Biggerstaff stated Saldana was friends with his daughter while she was in high school. Saldana and Biggerstaff became work partners for years before Saldana left for the Army. Biggerstaff mentioned Saldana asked him to help him fill in a pool at his parents' house, which was being rented out prior to him leaving for the Army. Biggerstaff advised when Saldana came back from the Army, he began to work out with him again at that time. Saldana informed Biggerstaff of his head injury from the Army. According to Biggerstaff, Saldana suffers from migraines. Biggerstaff advised Saldana had several contracts maintaining gym equipment at this time. Biggerstaff advised prior to COVID, he started a handyman business. Biggerstaff stated he mentioned the business to Saldana and he stated he had contacts through the gyms. Biggerstaff stated Saldana would act as a middleman for his business, and once COVID happened, he lost his business. Biggerstaff was asked about this statement he made earlier in reference to Saldana's tenants being interviewed. Saldana contacted Biggerstaff and gave him a courtesy call to tell him he might get questioned. Biggerstaff went on to explain he had been arrested over a horrible accusation in 2016. Biggerstaff stated while on probation, he made some bad decisions and ended up in prison. Biggerstaff stated Saldana gave him a courtesy call because he was a drug addict. Biggerstaff would go on to explain he was pissed off when he found out his son was going into the narcotics unit. Biggerstaff advised Saldana stated the police have talked to everyone he knows. Wait a second. I have to read that again. Hold on a minute. Biggerstaff was asked about a statement he made earlier in reference to Saldana's tenants being interviewed. Saldana contacted Biggerstaff and gave him a courtesy call to tell him he might get questioned. Biggerstaff went on to explain he had been arrested over a horrible accusation in 2016. Biggerstaff stated while on probation, he made some bad decisions and ended up in prison. What? Biggerstaff stated Saldana gave him a courtesy call because he was a drug addict. Biggerstaff would go on to explain he was pissed off when he found out his son was going into the narcotics unit. What? Biggerstaff advised Saldana stated the police have talked to everyone he knows. Biggerstaff went on to explain he's currently doing remodel work at 5139 Potomac Avenue. Biggerstaff was asked if he knew the residents at this address. Biggerstaff advised he did not really know the current resident. Biggerstaff stated he believes the current resident is in trouble and believes he's going to jail soon. Biggerstaff advised if the current tenant moves out, he would move in the first of the year for the $1,000 a month. The rent would go up every year until rent is on par with the houses in the area. Biggerstaff has to do the remodeling work for the deal to take place. Biggerstaff began talking about his mismanagement of money and his previous evictions. Biggerstaff advised he was suffering from a head injury and began to have accidents on his self and would wake up in various parts of the city. What the heck? Biggerstaff would go on to explain he did work previously at the Potomac address where Henry Tenon resided there. He mentioned Tenon worked at a pallet company. Biggerstaff stated he quit coming around there when Tenon pulled out a bow and arrow. Biggerstaff advised he did not want to be around any weapons due to his felony conviction. Biggerstaff advised has a year or two since he has seen Tenon. Biggerstaff was shown pictures of Saldana, Ordway, and Tenon. When shown a picture of Ordway, he advised he did not know who it was. He later said the picture of Ordway may be the current resident. It should be noted that Ordway is the current resident at Potomac. Biggerstaff was shown a picture of Tenon's truck, and he said he's only ever known Tenon to have a bicycle. Bicycle. Okay. Biggerstaff advised he has not seen Tenon's current vehicle, the white Crown Vic. Biggerstaff began describing his knowledge of Shanna Gardner. Biggerstaff advised he made a comment about how perfect Gardner's butt was. And that was the last time they talked about Gardner. Biggerstaff advised Saldana recently came to him and advised he was getting a divorce. Biggerstaff advised Saldana, described Gardner as being an ex-Mormon, and spoke about the court issues between the victim and Gardner. Biggerstaff advised he did not know Saldana and Gardner were even married for a year. Biggerstaff would go on to describe the first time him and his wife met Gardner. Biggerstaff stated they went to the beach. After the beach, Saldana invited them to go back to the house for a barbecue. Biggerstaff's wife did not want to go, and this was the last time he saw Gardner. Biggerstaff would go to describe his conversation with Saldana and Gardner about the divorce. Biggerstaff advised Saldana's reason for the divorce was over a disagreement with how to raise the children. Biggerstaff would further describe the issues with the victim and the constant court appearances. Saldana informed Biggerstaff he was going to buy a toy hauler to live in. Biggerstaff was shown a picture of Tenon's truck and informed the truck was in Jacksonville Beach the night of the victim's murder. Biggerstaff advised he didn't know about the murder until one day Saldana spoke about how hard it's been on the kids. Biggerstaff advised he didn't even know where the area was until about 2 months ago when he was driving down JTB. Biggerstaff was asked why Tenon would have involvement in the victim's murder, and Biggerstaff said he did not really know Tenon other than him talking about his family having property in Georgia. Biggerstaff advised he has never even seen Tenon pissed off. Biggerstaff has never known Tenon to have any weapons other than the bow. Biggerstaff would go to describe never seeing Mario wanting to harm anyone. Isn't that funny? He's never even seen Tenon pissed off, but Tenon pulled out a bow and arrow at him. Why did he do that? Was he joking around? I don't know. Doesn't make any sense. Biggerstaff was asked if he ever had any interest in 10mm handguns. Biggerstaff advised he had a 10mm handgun when he was part of a hunt club in Fargo, Georgia. Biggerstaff advised the gun was listed after his arrest. Biggerstaff stated his son inventoried all his weapons and took them from the house in 2016. Biggerstaff purchased the 10mm for bear protection. Biggerstaff was asked what brand the gun was, and he advised probably a Glock. Biggerstaff advised he owned a .40 caliber Glock he used for a backup firearm. Biggerstaff stated his son currently uses the gun and that his son took away most of the guns. Biggerstaff advised most of the guns were family heirlooms. Biggerstaff advised his son does not have the 10mm gun. Biggerstaff was asked why he was searching for 10mm Glocks on 1/26/2022. Biggerstaff paused in thought for 15 seconds and stated no. Biggerstaff stated he does not buy or do anything with guns because he's a felon. Biggerstaff was informed Tenon's cell phone was in Jacksonville Beach on 2/16/2022, the night of the murder. Biggerstaff was also informed Mario Saldana and his cell phone was turned off the night of the murder at that same time. Biggerstaff was asked why the phones were off, and he was advised he did not know. Biggerstaff tried to explain Google history is not accurate. Biggerstaff stated he turns his phone off all the time. Biggerstaff advised he does not remember having a conversation with Saldana prior to or after the murder. Biggerstaff said he does not have a recollection of 2/16/2022. Biggerstaff advised he did not leave his house very often. Biggerstaff was asked to consent to retrieve a DNA sample and a search of his cell phone. Biggerstaff consented both verbally and by signature to both consent forms. Biggerstaff gave a buccal swab collected by Detective Johns. Bigger staff also gave a cell phone to Detective Johns, who immediately took the cell phone to JSO Computer Forensics to be downloaded. Bigger staff was also asked further about the 10mm handgun he previously owned. Bigger staff advised he originally bought the 10mm handgun for protection from bears while hunting. This was prior to his arrest. Bigger staff continued to speak about hunting and the bears he would see while hunting. Bigger staff was asked what kind of ammunition he would use for the 10mm handgun, and Bigger staff stated he doesn't remember and advised he would purchase it from Academy Sports on Kernan Boulevard. Bigger staff was asked where his firearms went to after he had them inventoried after his arrest, and Bigger staff was asked if he had to give the guns away or if they were confiscated by the state. Bigger staff stated it was a mixture of crap. Bigger staff advised his son, daughter, and wife were involved with it. Bigger staff further stated he thought he would get all his guns back because he thought the charges against him were BS. Bigger staff further advised his son was forced to give up his crap. Bigger staff was arrested. Bigger staff was asked about communications he had with Mario Saldana the night of the murder. Bigger staff offered to allow detectives to look through his phone. The phone was subsequently downloaded and no messages were present. The communications with Saldana had been deleted up to May 2022. Bigger staff further advised he has a bad memory due to injuries. Bigger staff continued to describe situations where he has memory loss issues. Bigger staff was asked again how often he comes to Jacksonville Beach. Bigger staff advised he comes to Jacksonville Beach often. Bigger staff further advised he does not know where Jacksonville Beach starts and ends. Bigger staff stated he typically comes to Jacksonville Beach for July 4th. Bigger staff advised he does not know how many times he has been to Jacksonville Beach this year. Bigger staff further stated maybe a dozen or more times. Bigger staff began to further describe his relationship with Saldana. Bigger staff stated he has known Saldana before Saldana joined the military. He was shown a calendar of his communications with Mario Saldana. Bigger staff was asked about his communications with Mario the night before the murder. Bigger staff stated the conversation was of a personal nature. Bigger staff advised he and his wife are swingers. Oh my gosh, again with the swingers. Why are they all swingers? Oh my gosh, swingers, Mormon swingers. There's that. It's like, look at all of this. Oh my gosh. The gym people, the swingers, how many cases have we dealt with this stuff? Bigger staff advised he doesn't know why Mario Saldana was at his house. Bigger staff was asked if there would have been a reason Saldana and him were together driving around Jacksonville. Bigger staff advised he does not know. It may have been to go to the Potomac. Bigger staff advised Saldana helped him move some scrap, but he believed that was in July. Bigger staff could not advise which salvage yard he took his truck to, but he thought it might have been on the west side. Bigger staff was again asked about Saldana contacting him in reference to the police. Bigger staff advised Saldana was giving him a courtesy call because he had previously been arrested and his drug use. Bigger staff was asked further about Tenon and his truck. Bigger staff advised Tenon only ever had a bicycle. Bigger staff advised he has been to the Potomac during the last 2 or 3 months. Bigger staff stated in that time he has not seen the truck in question. Bigger staff was asked when was the last time he spoke to Mario Saldana, and Bigger staff said advised Saldana came to his school today. Bigger staff advised Saldana was inquiring about a job with the JROTC program. Bigger staff would further describe his wife and him as swingers. Bigger staff advised he believed Saldana was also a swinger, but Gardner was not. Bigger staff further described the situation when his guns were taken from him. Bigger staff advised he inventoried all of his guns in 2016 and does not know where they went. Bigger staff advised the Middle District of Florida informed him and his family everything had to be out of the house. Due to this, his son had to get rid of his bow and arrow. Bigger staff continued to advise he has no knowledge of the murder. Is that the bow and arrow Henry Tenon had? I don't know. Okay. That's that one. Now let me see if anyone is still here. Trying to find you guys. Let me see. Where the heck are you? That's alive. Okay, you guys hanging on? Hi, Mangonels. Do we have jail calls yet? No, not yet. WTH, Swinger, says Barbie. This case needs a Netflix special. It certainly does. This is crazy. Not impressed with this statement from the co-founder's parents of StampinUp at all. Oh, yeah. Well, Shelley, yeah. Oh, yeah, we're going to get to that. And she also put her blog, she locked it down. I don't understand how. Barbie says, I think Biggerstaff didn't want to be around weapons because he was on probation, but I don't know if a bow and arrow would be considered a weapon regarding probation. Sounds like something else happened. How can he not know who he sold the truck to when he had to sign over the title? Lie, says Barbie. Hi, One Eye. Maybe horrible is misspelled. Maybe. I don't know. There's a lot of misspellings in these things. Liza Ann, it's lights out for Liza Ann. She's going to bed on us again. She can't take it. Matt Winnicote, Jody Arias vibes. Okay. Okay, I'm going to continue if you're going to hang on. And we're going to see which other thing. Let's see what we've got. Hold on one sec. Okay, that was to 119, right? So let me see, 120 to 135. $120 to $135. What are we going to learn in here? Isn't it exciting? It's exciting to me. I don't know if a lot of people find it exciting, but it's exciting to me. Okay. Even though I've probably been through this, sometimes I forget it, so it's like watching a movie again. Okay, this is the evidence technician report. They went to that Potomac. We heard about that. They took all that stuff that we've heard about that, so we can go past that. It's all the evidence there. Okay. Transported property item, a blue Motorola, to the crime gun intelligence unit and gave it to Detective Lamont. Okay. Here we go again. Let's see what we got. This a search warrant for Henry Tenon and Jeremy Ordway's residence. We had an interview with Norma Davila. Davila began the interview by describing how she came to live. Davila advised a month and a half ago Jeremy rented Tenon's former room to her. Oh, we've heard that one. This and her husband. Yeah, we've already read that. We don't have to go through that business. I don't know why that's in here again. His cell phone, Ordway's cell phone, we got that. Financial records for Henry Tenon, we got all this already. Why is this in here again? This one is going to be a dud, I think. About the truck. Spare tire. Again, processing the truck. Computer forensic report. I think we've already, let's see, Christopher Johns delivered the 2 additional apples. Let's see. We've already been on this one. They did that. Henry Tenon's cell phone was received. The cell phone was placed back into property. Okay. What happened here? And with the tire. Okay, another interview with Ordway. Ordway began the interview explaining his relationship with Henry Tenon. Ordway began explaining there was construction on Potomac Avenue and the 2 would frequently have flat tires. We already got that with the freaking flat tires. Well, that was a waste of our time. Let's see what what was that? Supplement to 135. Alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. Let's see what's going on here. All right, let's see where, hang on a minute here. Shanna Gardner's arrest. Hold on a minute. Arrest. See what else. Okay, so investigators, they questioned Tenon about his work and social activities. He had no personal or professional ties near the Bridegan's residence. Okay, so Henry Arthur Tenon was arrested on August 18th, 2022, when he was detained during a traffic stop. He was placed under arrest for felony traffic charges. He was transported to the Crime Gun Intelligence Center to be interviewed in reference to the murder, which we've gone through his interviews. On January 25th of 2023, the Jacksonville Police Chief Jean Paul Smith and State Attorney Melissa Nelson announced the arrest of Henry Tenon on charges of conspiracy to commit murder with a weapon and accessory after the fact to a capital felony and child abuse. And then on March 16th of 2023, like a year and a month after, Henry Tenon pled guilty to the charges and agreed to cooperate with investigators. His testimony provided crucial details that led to the arrest of Mario Fernandez Saldana. Saldana was then arrested in Orlando. His arrest carried significant weight as he was the husband of Jared Bridegan's ex-wife, further making this case a mind F, right? Okay. Prosecutors announced that Mario Fernandez Saldana was indicted by a grand jury And then Fernandez was indicted on first-degree murder, child abuse, and other charges. Let's see. And then we already went through his arrest warrant, right? And then let's see what the freak happened here now. She was arrested in August, right? Let's see what we had. Investigators plan to contact a close friend of Shanna Gardner, who has been in communication with Gardner in the weeks following the homicide. Oh, they made a deliberate leak to selected media personnel, suggesting law enforcement source has confirmed an update or a break or new information in the investigation to provoke the target subjects into discussing the case and communicating with each other to reveal new leads or evidence. So they had, following it, they had Bridegan's family members to give select media interviews, and that would coincide with Tenon's first court appearance. Then they were trying to say if those failed the target subjects from saying anything or revealing anything, they were going to use other means. Let me see here. So where are we about? Oh, StampinUp's statement on this is, it says, as a StampinUp leader about his murder, we feel it's important to communicate with you regarding a Gardner family matter. StampinUp is aware that Mario Fernandez, Shanna Gardner's current husband, has been arrested in conjunction with an ongoing investigation. Shanna, Shella and Sterling's daughter, and Mario have been separated for an extended period of time. We have no further details about the situation other than what has been reported by the media. We understand that some demonstrators have received troubling comments about this matter on their social media platforms. Please feel free to delete the comments of an inappropriate nature and block and report those commenters on your personal accounts. You may also share this email with your teams if needed. StampinUp's long-standing commitment to you and all of our demonstrators is unwavering. Thank you for your concern and continued support. On August 17th, 2023, Shanna Lee Gardner. We're going to look at that right now because we've looked at that before, but we're going to look at her body cam, okay? So I think we need a little movie break. Okay. So police, let's see. No, that's not the one I want yet. Not the one I want yet. Hold on. Stop. We want this one.
3026. They're making contact at the front door right now.
This is in Washington. She moved from Florida. This is what I mean, you know. There's Mama Shelley outside. Is she another Donna Adelson?
How to be with the kids, at least bring the kids out to me.
Yeah, we'll have to talk to these officers and say, okay?
I'm here, Shanna. I'm outside.
Oh, they're gonna call you.
Mama's here outside.
Oh, yeah.
And I. Do you want me to go get her shoes?
She probably gets the nicest jail mail. Mom is probably stamping it up. Maybe they could open up a new line. Are they still in business?
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry. Do you want me to go get her pants?
Do you want some pants or you want to go with those shorties? She looks like she's wearing pantyhose on her legs.
Abby? You have orders on the Instagram that is managing for you. You have orders to just have Grandma help you get into. Where are your jeans, Mom? I know where they are.
Her mom's jeans. She's going to jail. And you have orders on your Instagram. Poor kids got to be exposed to that because this is how their mother thought about handling something, right? She can't handle it like a big girl. Where's Mama Shelley calling in all the lawyers? Probably.
Are those the jeans? It was on the box. The address,
They let her take the prescription medication to the general health. Or is that?
I don't know. We'll check it. We'll check how Stamping Up is doing.
Do you want to get all the medications in the bathroom on the counter and the drawer under the light sink?
okay.
And then the
See, she had a daughter. Now it's all coming back to me. A lot of this is coming back to me. Her daughter had an Instagram business. I forget what she was doing. You have orders on your Instagram. Have Grandma help you.
like a disc to the ozone powder, and it doesn't have the prescription on it.
A medical person that'll evaluate.
Oh, okay. Look at her crossing her legs. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Let me go get my pants on. Let me get my jeans on. I'm good. You guys want a little Stamping Up treat bag and some cookies?
The guy one good smile.
Shanna?
Shanna?
She's in the bathroom changing.
Oh, she's in the bathroom.
So they're going to need the prescriptions in their pill bottle.
I've only got one day in your pill caddy, Shanna.
Shanna? She needs her pills.
In your bathroom. Okay.
Where the heck is she living with all those parking spaces like a freaking parking lot? fingernails.
Restrictions.
Yeah.
We had somebody that was in our community that would come and sell the cards,
All the
and she
properties
came on
should
and
be
talked
taken.
about it.
Grabbed like 5 of those yesterday and I'm out.
Shanna, are there 4 of them?
Shanna, are there more of them?
I'll follow you there. Let me get her on the interview.
Yeah, they should have some in there. I'll let the COs know. Probably gonna have to do the booking process and then it should be good to go.
I think they want to take her to the PD first.
We could transport her to our PD and.
That's what I'm saying. Can we get her to the PD first? So
Oh, okay. I thought the jail.
We'll try right.
Can I email you the form?
Shelly's trying to be very calm because she knows it's all being recorded. She's got to keep up that professional front.
Yes.
The sound is out for a minute. It's not your computer. It's not my thing. Here, it's back. You make cards also?
They're changing games. That's the last thing I heard.
I think she's using the bathroom. Too.
She's getting her jeans on. The guys probably know we gotta with the Stampin' Up lady. Come on, lady. They're giving her a lot of leeway.
I don't know what this asthma stuff is. But it's powder they buy won't let it in the jail.
I guess pills only, I think.
Asthma stuff. Let's speed it up, Shanna. Not a day spa you're going to. Nice jeans,
It's gonna be
Mama.
the white vehicle back there. And we'll go to the
Love you, honey.
passenger side.
Love you, honey. Here, Shelly.
Yep.
Like she's going off to school. Love you, honey. Where the heck are they living?
The stop.
Love you, honey. Put her seatbelt on.
Is that property?
Medicine. Good?
I'm good, thank you.
That's your medicines. I don't know what y'all want to do with it, but most of them are prescription. So we'll follow you over to,
Shelly's making up stamp bag
So,
treats for them.
detective was saying going to the
Here you guys
PD. We
go.
do have interview rooms
perfect.
within the PD, so we could take her over there,
That's, yeah, that
pull her
works.
out.
Yeah, if you want to bring her there, and then we'll follow behind you and we'll go.
Okay.
Okay.
Hi, hi.
So just a heads up, I don't know if the jail is gonna take anything not in the bottle. Okay. Otherwise, it looks like everything else is good to
I'll
go.
leave y'all up to whatever you guys decide.
We could try, but I think the jail will probably say no to that.
That's fine.
She needs her medication for her asthma. Where are you going to Florida, honey? Say goodbye to your Washington place. I'm sure Mama will call in all her favors with her 47,000 lawyers and
This is West 30. Could you pass me the SP primary, please?
I don't know how she got to Florida, Warby.
This is West 30. I just wanted to let you know I do have one female in custody, and I'll be transporting her to the jail, or to the PD. Yep. 1 second. Mileage is 10.1. Perfect, thank you. Getting any air back there?
Not really.
Is it
but
hot
it's
back there?
fine. A little hot.
Not hot.
You know, a big mistake. It's that bad man that I was married to. He did all this. It wasn't me. It was that bad man and his friends. making 1,000 phone calls. Oh, you're not going to believe this. They picked up Shanna. They took her away in a police car. Bye, honey. Love you. did a deep dive on these people. When I first covered this, I did a deep dive on Shelley.
I gotta print something for these guys and then I'll head that way with you.
If I remember correctly, her husband was married before. He had a daughter, I think, but she doesn't have an S name. And then Shelley had, I think, at least 4 kids with him. And she wrote this blog where everything was perfect. Perfect world of Shelley. Company do it, go check it out. He's the perfect company guy.
I think my cage camera's not working. So I had to get my body cam on.
Can I open it?
What?
Everything out there looks so. So Jody Hildebrandt out there.
Body cam will be turned off in the back lot of the PD where cameras are in view.
Okay, let's see what the other thing I have here. Okay, not sure if this is. Oh, this is another one at the house. There must have been two. This is a different officer's body cam at the house, I guess. Let's see if it caught anything else.
Yep.
Oh, this catches the exact thing. Okay. What was she doing outside? She knew? Oh, she's crying? Oh, she's crying. Dang it. Now, she's a Mormon. She's not supposed to be dressed like that. They're supposed to be modest. What's going on? She left the Mormon church too?
Can I be with the kids, or can you at least bring the kids out to me?
Yeah, we'll have to talk to these officers inside, okay?
They have to be.
Marlon, my neighbor, has temporary.
I'm here, Shanna. I'm outside.
Oh, they're gonna call you.
You want to get some shoes?
Oh, yeah, probably.
Shanna looks like she's rolled out of bed.
Get some shoes for me.
You want me to go get her shoes?
I'll get your shoes on. Here's the shoes for you.
You
Mom's
can roll
trying
up to the front if you want.
She's trying to
I heard them taking it at 5.
Yep.
Almost turning to know.
You go in with the kids. You're all good with that?
Is that okay?
It's okay with them. You guys good with them going back in?
You go ahead, go in with the kids.
Yeah. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Do you want me to go get her pants? Which ones want your jeans? Yeah. Is that okay? Is that okay? That's fine. Okay.
Abby? Oh, no. I'll say, you have orders on the Instagram that I was managing for you. You have orders to just have Grandma help you get into. Where are your jeans, Mom? I know where they are.
Kids are just very calm, right? Where are your jeans, Mom? They're arresting you now. Guys can put the long guns away. The Stampin' Up people are not going to go attack you.
They're on my counter.
Can't believe how they're here. Like there's going to be a.
Are those the jeans?
They let her take prescription medication to the jail with her.
What is that?
I haven't.
Yeah, they'll let her take what she has, and then they'll order more if they have to. Yeah.
Do you want to get all of my medications are in my bathroom on my counter and in the drawer under the right seat?
All my medications are in the counter in the drawer because I knew I was going to be arrested
that I
soon.
don't have, but I mean, you guys call my doctor.
We'll just need to see like it's a valid,
They can call my doctor.
jail has a medical personnel value.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Yeah.
Everybody's fine with this, right? Except Mom is like a little bit. But Mom, you know where your jeans are? Well, I know where they are. I'll get them. Kids are not, what's happening? What's going
I got one good
on?
smile.
What's going on with Mom? Nothing. Are you coming back, Mom? No, nothing. Everybody's either prepared, really prepared for this. And when did Shelley get there? That's weird that Shelley was there and sitting out there on the porch. See, because wait, let me see. I want to see the beginning of that. Is she on the porch already? They're walking up. If this stupid car would get out of the way. Now wait, they're walking up.
Yep.
Can I sit on the porch? We already knew. She just had him go right in. Right? She just had them go right in. She was already sitting down there. That's what's so strange. It's all too fast.
Yep.
Police. And that would not be scary to kids, right? That'd be freaking scary to kids. And our kids are like, da, 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 da. She was probably listening to a police scanner, waiting for them to arrest their daughter's address. I don't know. She was right there. Look at that. And then, I'm right here, Shanna. Okay, hold on a minute. Here's Shanna.
We're gonna bring you inside real quick. Get you out of the long car,
Real
right?
quick. Thank you.
Now step out for me. We're gonna go through these doors over here,
Enjoy the sun right now.
and then there's gonna be a hallway to your left there. Have you take a left there for me. And we'll go down to this last door here on the left. Have you stand there for me.
Oh, she doesn't like that sound.
And I'll have you take a seat over here. And what I'll do, actually, if you want to face the wall for me.
She looks like she might have... I don't know if she's been doing her...
So what I'll do is I don't want to keep you in these cuffs for a long time. I know they kind of hurt. So what I'll do is I'll take one hand out, and I'm just going to attach it to the railing right there, all right?
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. no, we've got a problem.
If you want to take the hand, place the top of your head for me. And if you want to step to your left or turn the other way, I'll have you take a seat.
This one?
Turn the other way for me. All right. And then if you want to take a seat for me. No, you're okay. I'm just going to scoot you a little bit. There you go. And then the other officers will be in here shortly, all right?
Thank you.
Do you know? I guess it doesn't really matter. But I was gonna say pulling up the camera footage, but I can just stand here. So.
Chair.
I'm good.
I wonder if Shelley has relocated down to Florida so she can be visiting with her. Get those jail calls. Oh, there, she said she doesn't want her jail calls or her jail correspondence released. It's not. It's an invasion of privacy. And they said they'll hold them back until the trials. I believe it goes to the jury or something. I just read that today. I requested some more stuff. We'll see. I'd love to hear her jail calls. Tell me, we're not going to stand there. I mean, she's got to know you're going to ask for an attorney, right? You're not going to go answer anything. For real. Okay, let me see what else. Okay. She was taken into custody on the morning of Thursday, August 17th, at her home on Laurel Drive by ATF agents from Yakima and Jacksonville. She was later booked into the Benton County Jail for her alleged involvement in the February 2022 murder of Jared Bridegan in Jacksonville Beach, Florida. Okay, so let's see now. That was 2023, so she's been incarcerated for 2 years and 2 months. Let's see now where. It's Bridegan. Okay. After Jared was murdered, Shanna and her husband Mario hired Henry Cox III, a criminal defense attorney. Shanna told the media she hired him to help protect her family from publicity and to keep her children out of the media. Shanna has also told the media that her children are terrified at the media attention that has been focused on them. I can't take it away, Shanna said. My kids are 10. They understand everything that is going on. They see this and they are scared, terrified, and struggling. Well, then you shouldn't have killed your husband, ex-husband. So Shanna had moved with her kids in January of 2023 to West Richland, Washington, as a Tri-Cities area in southeast Washington state, to live near her friend Marla Rogers, who Shanna met in 2020 at a baking conference. So she met this woman on a baking conference. Okay. Now, in June of 2022, Shanna gave an interview to a local newspaper, the Florida Times-Union, and insisted she had nothing to do with the execution of her ex-husband. The kids have been completely cut off from the dad's family. Okay, and now let's see what's going on. We're going to look into this. This is Shelly Gardner. She is a cardiologist, not a cardiologist. She's a cardiologist. She makes cards. Let's find out about Shelly. Okay? I'm going to find out a little about her. Well, she is a cardiologist, but she is a CARD-eologist, okay? Faker. Here's about Shelly. For nearly 30 years, Shelly Gardner has led StampinUp through both growth and challenges. I guess this would be considered a challenge, right there, Shelly? Yeah. Shelly's just a little too happy. You know, Shelly's one of these people. Have you ever seen people like this? They're just a little too happy it's fake. They're so happy. Like, it's fake half the time. Almost everybody I've met like that is a giant faker. That's happy all the time like that is a giant faker. Just, that's my opinion. Okay. It has been an amazing adventure. The company currently operates in 10 countries with tens of thousands of demonstrators who help others enjoy creativity. Okay, In March of 2016, Shelly passed the torch to her daughter, Sarah Douglas, appointing her as the company's new CEO. Shelly remains actively involved in the leadership of the company via her role as co-founder and board chair. Okay. Shelly is an active member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. In 2015, she and her husband Sterling left family and friends in Utah to fulfill a 12-month service mission in Hawaii for the church. In 2015, isn't that a service mission in Hawaii? The couple was happy to accomplish their lifelong goal of serving a mission together. Shelly and Sterling have 5 daughters who now have families of their own, expanding the family to include son-in-laws and many grandchildren. And while Shelly has achieved great success in the business world, the role of wife, mother, and grandmother are the ones she cherishes most. Okay, now let's see. Of course, we don't have, let's get some. They got guardianship of the children. here. Guardianship of the twin children of Jared Bridegan, murdered, have been awarded to the parents of his jailed ex-wife in the state of Washington, according to the court documents. The children have been living with Sterling and Shelley Gardner since 37-year-old Shanna Gardner's arrest in what authorities have called a murder plot during Bridegan's ongoing legal battles and contentious relationships. Her parents are the co-founders of the highly successful StampinUp arts and crafts company and fixtures in the Mormon community in Utah. Fixtures. Bridegan's parents, the twins' paternal grandparents, filed the lawsuit asking for unsupervised visitation rights and contested the Gardners' petition for guardianship. In their objection, Gaylord and Joanne Bridegan asked the court to appoint them as guardians. They said the Gardners deny their daughter's involvement, both publicly and to the children, and have obstructed them from having a relationship with their father's family. Petitioners aided their mother in fleeing the state of Florida after the murder. Their objection says petitioners will not allow any contact between the children and their stepmother or half-siblings. Bridegan's parents said they have been involved in the children's lives since birth and can provide a healthier environment for them. At the news conference following Gardner's arrest, widow Kirsten Bridegan said the twins have been kept away and isolated from them. Despite my constant request to see or speak to them, I have been denied and continuously ignored, she said tearfully. I plead with the Gardners to put the emotional and mental well-being of Liam and Abby above all else and allow them to reconnect with us. We are their family. We love them. Let our children be siblings again and put them first and do what's right. I'm trying to think of, let's see. In late January, Bridegan's sister said the family has only had one supervised visit with the twins since Jared died, and the loss of contact with them is devastating. There was this deep sorrow within our family to not only lose him, but to lose that connection to his kids. And so it was extremely important to us because we know that's what Jared would want, is to have us in their lives. In a declaration filed October 18th by Rachel Woodward, an attorney in the guardianship called it a simple case. She stated the maternal grandparents have had custody of the children for over a year and have been living with them for almost 2 years, and Shanna has consented to appointing her parents as guardians. The court agreed in its order Monday, stating it's in the best interest of the children that Sterling and Shelley Gardner be appointed guardians. It concludes with the parties signing a confidentiality agreement. A source close to the case confirms part of that involves visitation rights for the Bridigans. Let's see here. Let me go back to something here. So, let's see. Let's get some scoop on them again. I'm trying to think here. StampinUp. Oh, that's not there anymore. They took that down. Isn't that interesting? Okay. Did Shelley used to babysit? Oh, wait a minute. Listen to this one. They said Shelley used to babysit at 17 for Sterling and then married him at 18 after he divorced his first wife. Did you guys know that? Oh my gosh. And now people are saying that she had an affair with Sterling as a teenager and he left his wife for her. Wow. Let me see here. I'm just trying to see if that's what happened. LDS. Okay. Let me see here. Where Miss Shelley. How old is Shelley Gardner? Let's start there. Okay. Shelley. Shelley is 61. Shelley Gardner is 61. She'll be 62 March. No, that's wrong. That is wrong. Hold on a moment. I'll tell you how old she is. She's older than that, I think. Hang on. Oh, maybe she's at. Hold on a minute. Seems weird. Hold on. She's 61. She is 61. Okay. So when Shelley was, not Shelley, oh my gosh, what's her name, was arrested, she was 59. No wonder she looked pretty young over there sitting there, huh? So if she was 59, hey, something's not making sense. Okay. This isn't making sense. She was 22 when she had Shanna. How'd she have 5 kids? And I think Shanna is the youngest. That's not making sense. I wonder if that's the right Shanna. Hold on a minute. Let's see. Let's check this out. Shanna, Shelley, and it just happens she has this Shelley and Sterling Gardner children. 5 daughters. 5 daughters. The eldest one is not hers. I remember that. Let's see. Come on. They've taken a lot of stuff down because I found out a lot from her. Her other blog was there. Okay, let's see here. So it's looking like she was the babysitter in Sterling's first marriage. There's an 11-year age gap, which is, okay, let's see. It's the, I think, Megan. Okay, so four have names that begin with S. Let me see here. Shelley was the babysitter to her husband's kids and started a family with him after he divorced his wife, is what it's saying here, allegedly. Let me see. That's so weird because her blog was still, I have parts of her blog, but I probably have to go back into my old video and it'll tell us all because I read all about the kids. But let me go something else here. Hold on a minute. Okay, let me see something here. Okay. I'm trying to find, but worried about. Okay, let's find. Here's a picture of Shanna with her braids. And let's see that her inmate, let's see what we've got here. Age 36. So wait, she was 36. Okay. 5'9", 180 pounds. When was this? 10/20/2023. That was 2 months later, right? And she was, you know, she's got the, I believe, has the death penalty on the table there in Florida. Okay. He could grant bond. Let me see. That was in May. She didn't get it. She didn't get out. let's see what this is. The judge in Jared Bridegan's murder case granted a motion from Bridegan's ex-wife requesting that some evidence not be released before the trial. Yeah, this is what I wanted to tell you about. So, days after the state attorney's office released another round of discovery material in the Jared Bridegan murder for hire case, the judge ordered a motion from Bridegan's ex-wife, Shanna Gardner, requesting that some evidence not be released before the trial. Gardner, who's accused, alongside her estranged husband, Mario Fernandez, of orchestrating Bridegan's death, made some specific requests to withhold some materials from the public ahead of the trial. Gardner's attorneys argued that tattoo photographs and communications from Gardner in jail are personal and private and not relevant to the charges against her. That reminds me, she's gotten into some trouble in jail. We got to talk about that. They also said releasing the materials to the public before the trial could impact the jury selection. Prosecutors did not object to Gardner's request, and Judge London Kite agreed to withhold the specific materials from the public until the jury begins deliberations in any penalty phase, should one be required, or the jury is discharged having reached a verdict, whichever occurs earlier. Fernandez was also granted a motion his attorneys made asking that the Nassau County Jail records for a co-defendant admitted gunman Henry Tenon be preserved. After the judge's decision came, days after prosecutors released body camera footage and 911 calls related to Bridegan's 2022 murder that provide new insight into the chaotic moments surrounding the shooting. Multiple 911 calls captured varying perspectives of the incident, with witnesses reporting gunshots and a car stopped in the road with a man lying outside and a young girl inside. Let's see here. The trial against Gardner and Fernandez is not expected until August of 2026. See. Let me go over here. I want to get to okay, Shanna is accused of having a tattoo gun. Okay, here's what's happening with Shanna. Shanna Gardner is accused of having a tattoo gun, cheeking medication, cheeky girl, during time in Duval County Jail. Stealing, cheeking medication, and possession of a makeshift tattoo gun are some of the things a woman accused of a murder for hire plot is accused of doing when she's behind bars. Her disciplinary reports, Shanna Gardner has had 5 incidents recorded since she was booked into the Duval County Jail in October of 2023. Let's see here. Her first reported incident happened on April 29th when a cup of cheeked medication was found in her cell during a shakedown. Her violations from this incident include possession of narcotics, possession of any contraband, and refusing to obey instructional rules. According to the report, the medicine was determined to be medication taken by inmate Gardner. Extra mattress and a fishing line was also found under inmate Gardner's bunk. An extra mattress? What? How did she get an extra mattress? And why would it be under her bunk? And a fishing line. What's she doing with the fishing line? The next incident happened on June 13th. There are no details about that incident, but the violations she's accused of include possession of contraband, introduction of any contraband, and refusing to obey the institutional rules. 3 days later, on June 16th, she was accused of stealing commissary items. Naughty, naughty. Her violations include theft of more than $50 worth of items, lying to staff members, attempting to manipulate staff, disorderly conduct, disobeying verbal or written orders, and refusing to obey institutional rules. The report said inmate Gardner was observed going into the cell 37, taking commissary items from another inmate's bunk. Then, after searching inmate Gardner's cell, all of the stolen commissary was retrieved from inmate Gardner's cell under her bunk. Honey, you keep putting stuff under your bunk. They know where it is. Wow, she's a bad one in there, isn't she? Now, why would she have to steal commissary? Shelley's not putting the stuff on the books for her, or Shelley's not getting her candy? Because Shelley looks like she might not be getting her candies. Okay. Her two most recent incidents happened on January 5th. Let me think about something for a second. Yeah, okay. The first happened during a shakedown when an officer found a pencil with a sharp metal object tied to the eraser and using thread. Oh boy, she's making up shanks in there and stuff to stab people. She's a really bad one. Okay, let's see here. Oh no, wait, that's her tattoo gun. Hold on a minute, that was a tattoo gun. A pencil with a sharp metal object tied to the eraser using thread. The configuration of the item suggests it was being used as a makeshift tattoo gun. Gardner said, according to the report, that the tattoo needle and ink cap were not hers. Someone is trying to set her up. Someone is trying to set me up. Okay, and the next incident on January 5th also happened during the same shakedown where an officer discovered an armband belonging to Gardner lying on her signed bunk rather than on her person. Gardner said she did not ask for anyone to make her a new armband, that it was just made for her. What? Okay, after the findings during the January 5th shakedown, she had her commissary and visitation privileges revoked. Oh, maybe that's why she had to steal commissary, because they were revoked from another thing. She was also advised that if she was in violation of institutional rules again, she could be criminally charged. Wow, okay. The next one day, when were you being really bad in here? When was this? February 13th of 2025. This was come out. Okay. Let's see some more about Shanna's discipline. Okay, let's see here. Okay, now she has Jose Baez. All right. He's not going to get her off this. He's not going to get her off this. I don't think so. Okay, now, in July of June of, when was this? June 21st of 2024, it says that in a letter to State Attorney Melissa Nelson, Shanna Gardner's attorney Jose Baez claimed a Jacksonville Beach police detective lied on the witness stand during a bond hearing. Baez claimed the detective falsely claimed he never personally spoke with a witness whose text exchanges with Gardner was used as evidence to support Gardner being held in jail without bond. We even have the phone records from when Detective Johns actually called her, so there's no getting out of this one, Baez said. Additionally, Baez claimed those text messages, which included one from 2016 where Gardner asked her friend, "Is it too late to get a hitman?" along with testimony from another witness, were mischaracterized by the prosecution. Many of them were made in jest, and they were not taken seriously by anyone. In fact, many of the individuals who were surrounding this case knew that, Baez said, but Baez claimed the additional context wasn't shared with the defense, and it wasn't until those witnesses contacted his office that the defense was made aware. Both witnesses submitted affidavits clarifying their position and basically saying these statements were completely taken out of context, Baez said. Due to the alleged misconduct, Baez filed a motion requesting Gardner's bail be reconsidered, this case be reassigned to another state attorney's office, or thrown out completely. If this is the type of conduct, and these are the types of things that are done in this case when everyone is watching, you can only imagine what is being done when no one's watching, Baez said. Get out of here. Let's see. Let's see if Shelley and Sterling are relocated to Florida. I'll have to go back to my old video, and I have all that stuff about Sterling and their kids and stuff. Sterling. Let's see. Shanna. Let's see. Okay, what is this? Did they ever release a statement after Shanna was arrested? Oh, after their daughter was charged with the murder of her ex-husband. At Thursday's press conference announcing the indictment, Bridegan's, Shelley, co-founder and CEO of StampinUp. What did you say after that? Let me see what you said, baby. Okay. Here's what she said. Words cannot accurately express the depth of our sadness. Family is our top priority. We love our daughter and are focused on supporting her and our entire family as we help our grandchildren navigate this difficult and very confusing time. For their sake and all involved, we caution against further speculation and request privacy as the legal process runs its course. In the meantime, we're thankful for the continued support, thoughtfulness, and prayers being so generously shared by friends and loved ones. Let's see here. Let's see what's happening with Stampin' Up since. Let's see. Huh. Just, okay, wow, it takes a long time to even. As of October 2025, Stampin' Up's most prominent recent legal issue is a copyright infringement lawsuit against Dollar Tree, believe this or not, in which a federal court granted summary judgment in favor of Dollar Tree. The company's owners have also been linked to a high-profile Florida murder case. No, I want to read about this Dollar Tree copyright infringement, don't you? Let's see here. In a copyright infringement case initiated by Stampin' Up, the U.S. District Court in Utah ruled in favor of Dollar Tree in July of 2025. The case, Stampin' Up alleged that Dollar Tree infringed on its copyrights related to its stamp set designs. Oh, well, let's find out which ones, right? Don't you want to read about that? Which ones? We all run out and buy it. No. Okay, let's put this... Stampin' Up versus Dollar Tree. And Dollar Tree won. Let's see. Let me bring this over there. See, when you take a deep dive with me, you don't know where it's going to end. I'm going to dig it all up. Okay. Stampin' Up versus Dollar Tree. Factual background. The court draws the following facts from the party's summary judgment briefing. Attached exhibits. Because the court is considering cross motions for summary judgment, it presents a neutral summary of the facts unless otherwise indicated the facts are not disputed. This is a copyright case. Plaintiff, Stampin' Up, is a Utah corporation that designs, manufactures, and distributes craft goods and supplies, including stamps and stamp sets. Defendants are separate corporate entities affiliated with the Dollar Tree brand. Dollar Tree Stores, Inc. runs discount retail stores around the country. Dollar Tree, Inc. is a holding company that has no employees or bank accounts. Dollar Tree Management, LLC provides legal, financial, and informational technology support services to other Dollar Tree corporate entities. Dollar Tree Sourcing Company, LLC acquires inventory unrelated to Dollar Tree retail stores. Dollar Tree Distribution, Inc. provides warehousing and transportation services for Dollar Tree stores. At issue in this case are 3 of Stampin' Up named designs that belong to a line of stamp sets sold by Stampin' Up. The named designs are Flowing Flowers, Honeybee Home, Dragonfly Garden. The court includes the images featured in Stampin' Up as a verified complaint for reference. So this is Flowing Flowers, Honeybee Home, and Dragonfly Garden. Stampin' Up alleges the 3 named designs are registered under 2 copyright registrations. Yeah, boy. They have like enough freaking trouble, right? They got to go for this. They must really be losing money. They instead offered basic, you know what? This, I can tell you something. This probably is going to hurt them more, okay? Because there's probably people that didn't even hear about this. It's like the Streisand thing. And now they're like, wow, Stampin' Up is suing Dollar Tree because their stamp sets are just like theirs. well, why am I buying Stampin' Up? Then I'm just going to buy Dollar Tree. They must be that good that Stampin' Up is suing them, right? Right. Stupid move on Stampin' Up. Really dumb. I guarantee you they lost some more money since they did this because people probably ran to Dollar Tree to get the stamp sets. Okay. In 2022, Dollar Tree requested stamp offerings from various third-party vendors to sell in its stores. One vendor responded with a quote for certain stamp sets. The vendor warranted to Dollar Tree that its products comply with U.S. copyright stores, and having done business with the vendor before, Dollar Tree accepted the quote and began selling 3 stamp sets in some of its store. According to StampinUp, these 3 sets were unauthorized reproductions of its copyrighted work. StampinUp alleges all defendants committed unlawful infringement by copying and reproducing StampinUp's copyrighted works, as well as preparing, distributing, and selling the unauthorized reproductions. Defendants dispute any infringement occurred. Okay, StampinUp brought this action excuse me, on June 30th, 2023, asserting that against all defendants, 1 claim for copyright infringement under the Copyright Act. Upon stipulation of the parties, the court entered a preliminary injunction on July 25th, 2023, directing Dollar Tree to take certain actions, including removing the allegedly infringing products from its stores. The parties engaged in fact and expert discovery that closed in May of 2024 and September 2024, respectively. The parties then filed cross motions for summary judgment, which are fully briefed. The parties all filed 3 evidentiary motions related to motions for summary judgment. Dollar Tree's motion to strike certain evidence for discovery violations, StampinUp's motion to strike Dollar Tree's motion to strike for failure to comply with local rules, and Dollar Tree's motion to exclude specific opinions and related testimony by StampinUp's expert Scott Cragun. Who's that, a son-in-law? On July 1st, 2025, the court provided an oral ruling denying the parties' motion to strike and granting Dollar Tree's motion to exclude before receiving argument on the cross motions for summary judgment, which are now ripe for review. Summary judgment is appropriate when there is no genuine dispute to any material fact, and the moving party is entitled to judgment as a matter of law. The moving party always bears the initial responsibility of informing the district court of the basis for its motion and identifying those portions of the pleadings, depositions, answers to interrogatories, and admissions on file together with the affidavits, if any, which it believes demonstrates the absence of a genuine issue of material fact. Judgment as a matter of law is appropriate when the non-moving party has failed to make a sufficient showing of an essential element of its claim for which it has the burden of proof. A dispute is genuine if the evidence is such that a reasonable jury could return a verdict for the non-moving party. A fact is material if it might affect the outcome of a suit under the governing law. When applying this standard, the courts view the evidence and make all reasonable inferences in the light most favorable to the non-moving party. In so doing, the court's function is not itself to weigh the evidence and determine the truth of the matter, but to determine whether there is a genuine issue for trial. Generally, a party opposing summary judgment cannot resist the motion based only on what is in its pleadings. Instead, the party must set forth specific facts that would be admissible in evidence at trial. If the non-movement fails to do so, then the moving party is entitled to a judgment as a matter of law. The specific facts must be identified by reference to an affidavit. The specific facts must be identified by reference to an affidavit, transcript, or a specific exhibit incorporated therein. A verified complaint must be treated as an affidavit for purposes of summary judgment if it satisfies standards for affidavits set out in Rule 56 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. Okay, let's see. Let's just cut to the chase here. The court begins by addressing Dollar Tree's motion for summary judgment. It says Dollar Tree moves for summary judgment on 4 questions: the number of copyrighted works at issue, the viability of StampinUp's actual damages theory, willful infringement and the liability of certain defendants for the reasons explained below, the court grants Dollar Tree's motion in its entirety. A. Number of work. Dollar Tree moves for summary judgment that there are only 3 copyrighted works at issue for the purpose of calculating statutory damages. The copyright owner may elect to recover an award of statutory damages for all infringements involved in the action. If he elects to do so, the copyright owner is entitled to damages of not less than $750 or more than $30,000 for each copyrighted work, as the court considers it. The court must determine the number of works before awarding statutory damages. And summary judgment is an appropriate time to make that determination. The number of asserted works is a mixed question of law and fact. Before evaluating Dollar Tree's arguments on the number of copyrighted works, the court must first address a threshold matter, the effect of Stampin' Up's copyright deposits, the images provided to the Copyright Office when registering a copyright on the summary judgment. Background, Stampin' Up, let's... Okay. Where, I want to see the Dollar Trees, right? Where's Dollar Tree stamps? Do they show them? We don't even see Dollar Tree stamps? This is a long, oh wow, this is a lot. How come we don't see the Dollar Tree stamps? That's not right. So conclusion, they granted Dollar Tree's motion for summary judgment and denied Stampin' Up. Stampin' Up failed to meet its burden to cite evidence in the record in an attempt to establish the protected components of its copyrighted works. Mr. Zenger proffered 25 pages of attorney argument without a single citation to the factual record. Oh my gosh. This plainly violates Rule 56. So the court denies Stampin' Up's motion for summary judgment. Oh, wow. I wonder if they didn't have such a great lawyer there for their business, huh? He proffered 25 pages of attorney argument without a single citation to the factual record. Oh, my gosh. Stampin' Up has failed to provide any way for the court to determine the protected components of its copyrighted material. The court therefore must deny Stampin' Up's motion for summary judgment for failure to meet its burden. Stampin' Up's arguments to the contrary are without merit. Stampin' Up first argues that 4 defendants acted in concert with Dollar Tree stores in Greenbrier to accomplish the sales and distribution the allegedly infringing products, but the evidence cited by Stampin' Up does not support this proposition and indeed has no bearing on the 4 defendants' liability. Oh my gosh. Dollar Tree argues Stampin' Up has failed to prove willfulness because its only 2 bases for establishing willfulness are defendants have known of a plaintiff's practice to copyright its visual expression since 2009 when plaintiff and Dollar Tree stores were involved in a copyright dispute and minimum due diligence. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. Okay, so they didn't do well on that. Let's see what other troubles they have. Oh my goodness. Stampin' Up. I bet you, let me see something. Apparently, there's a lot of other places that are selling very similar stamps. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh no, Stampin' Up. Okay, I don't know. What time is it? Oh my gosh, you guys, it's 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock. What do you think? We got to put this to bed for tonight. Tomorrow we'll have to go in and go through the legal process of this and stuff. I don't know. And then see if some Stampin' Up people or anybody wants to call in. I don't know. Trying to think. Yeah, but I think it's time to go to bed. I do really feel it's probably best. Let me see. We have to do the word game. Let me see where you guys even are, because I can't even see once I have all of these things open. Oh wow, she got, yeah, Jose Baez. Yes, she did. Millionaires, great. Hey, Murder of Crows. You have a different avatar. It's freaking me out. Let's see. He's a slimeball lawyer, but somehow he wins, actually. I don't think he's going to win this one. I don't think he's going to get her off. I don't think. Oh, for kites. Oh, you're funny, Twisted Sister. The kites. I learned about kites with that. What case was that? Was that the, oh my gosh, the Monica Cimentali? Did you learn about that then? The kites? Oh my gosh. Trial is set to begin in August of 2026. Shelley is not the good Mormon she portrays. Well, am I right, Barbie, that she shouldn't be wearing something a little skimpy like that? Don't they have to have modesty? I know that when I had that clothing company that dealt with my blog, it was all about modesty. And they said they specialized in modest clothing, and a lot of Mormons bought from them. She shouldn't be dressed like that, right? She had cleavage showing and everything. Good night, Matt. Carolyn, I changed it to the England flag. I know, but I'm confused with it. See, then I see it and see, I don't know. I'm really bad like that. Just like people's Facebook avatars, I'm like, don't change them. When you change them, it changes your whole identity to me. I'm not good like I don't like change like that. Okay, let me see. What about that? Aren't they supposed to be showing modesty? Isn't that totally immodest for her to be out in that? I think so. I don't think she should be out in that, right, Barbie? Not good, right? No. I don't think so. I think that's amongst their rules. I wonder how much Jose Baez is. I wonder how their business is actually doing. I can't imagine it's doing well with what's come out. But who knows? Yes, everything modest. That's why Jared didn't want his 8-year-old to have purple hair. Right. But what about Mama in that outfit? That wasn't appropriate. Right? You know, I don't think so, right? Oh, lyrics. Very good. I thought I had crispy. Didn't I put down crispy? I did put down crispy. Okay. Crispy, spicy, lyric. I have clip. I'm sure the church and friends didn't know Shelley was the nanny either. I know! And is that true, Barbie? Barbie, is that true? Because I have to find a verified source on that. Is that true? Was she? Wow. Can you see if you can find out the details on the Florida case involving Frazier Michael Baum? Who's that? Let me see. I'll look it up before we go. Let me finish this puzzle and then I'll look it up. I'm going to take my son to the eye doctor tomorrow. Pick him up from school and take him there. What do I do here? I don't know. We have to find out about it, Barbie. We gotta verify it. You know, let's not go spreading that around until we verify that. All right. Tell everybody I found it out at Mommy Ramblings, and it's wrong. No, we gotta verify that. But that is kind of interesting. We got to find out. I might have to go back to my other videos because I know I had pulled up Shelley's whole blog at the time, and I had got the ages of her children and all the names, because something seems fishy with having 4 kids and 22. Oh, you have a root canal tomorrow? Oh no, you'll be okay. They're really not that bad, right? It's a lot of time, and you'll be fine. I have faith. You'll be fine, and then you'll feel better. Prayers that it goes real well. Let's see. What? Murder? What are we doing here? We're not on the task now. I'm going to look that up for Frazier Michael Baum while Murder works on the puzzle, because Murder's kind of slow tonight. Frazier Michael Baum. Let me see. Out of control driver accused of killing 4 Pepperdine. Well, what about the kid that killed all those people and he got like no jail time because his dad was an attorney over there? Remember that one? This is another young kid. Well, remember that young kid I told you about? Well, maybe you weren't here, Twisted. He killed like a whole bunch of people. They were people from a farm, and he hit them going 100 and how much was he going? 175 miles an hour or something. And his father was this lawyer, and he got this crazy plea deal. This kid looks like he's a very good-looking kid, I'll tell you, but what the heck is he doing? Another rich daddy and just let him do whatever he wants? How fast was he going? Out-of-control BMW driver accused of killing 4 Pepperdine University students. Appeared in court Wednesday, now backed by the high-powered defense attorney who helped acquit Karen Reed. Wow. Really? They got, what's his name? What the heck is the guy's name that did Karen Reed? Oh my gosh, what is his name? Alan Jackson. Oh, wow. I definitely will. I'll do this. I'll look into this tomorrow night. How's that for you? That's interesting. Wow. I don't know how I didn't hear of that. That's so crazy. You got it. I'll tackle that tomorrow along with we'll probably go back to this the next night or something and get the rest of the stuff, find out the tea on that. Okay. Thank you. That'll be what we do tomorrow night. All right. That's crazy. Yeah, we'll look that up tomorrow. That's the California case. Okay. We'll look at it tomorrow. Y'all come back now. We got to get this one first. Crisply. Yeah, crisply. Right. That's very good. Twister. He's a very good looking kid. I'll give him that one. He's a very good looking kid. But he was probably, I don't know, we'll look into who his parents were and everything, but he's, wow, look at that car. He walked away unscathed. Crazy. He was going 104 miles an hour and he lost control. That's not an accident, someone said. He's expected to stand trial and face multiple life sentences. Is he out on bail now? The victims were all seniors at the liberal arts college. They all died at the scene. 4 girls. Peyton Stewart, 21, Asha Weir, 21, Deslyn Williams, 21, and Naomi Ralston, 20. It was in October of 2023, the crash. The Malibu resident, oh yeah, he's in big money, was allegedly driving 104 miles an hour on a notoriously dangerous 45-mile-per-hour stretch of the Pacific Coast Highway when he lost control of his luxury car and slammed into 3 parked cars, which then collided into the 4 Alpha Phi sorority sisters who were walking. Oh my gosh. I thought they were in the car. They were walking. Oh my gosh. Ah. Yikes. Well, I'll dive into that tomorrow. Wow, that's horrible. Okay. I don't think so. He's begging them to lower bail. Huh. Yeah, the girls were getting out of their parked car, I believe. Oh my gosh. He is one of those kids with no remorse. Oh, spry. Very good. All right. Well, I'll look at it tomorrow. I mean, I'll do it tomorrow, and I'll see what I can find out about. I'm gonna also try to be diving into Shelley being the nanny. We got to find that out. How he was speeding on the. I know. How the heck are you going 104 in that? That's crazy. I don't know. That's nuts. Okay. Anyway, it was a fun being together. Thank you. And our new member, well, I think she is she renewed. Thank you, and thank you guys for being here, and I hope that you're here tomorrow. And it's okay, you know. We'll see you tomorrow, and then tomorrow's Monday. Yeah, tomorrow's Monday. All right, if you can hype up the videos, I'd really appreciate hyping them up. I don't know how we don't have more people in here with us. You know, I guess a lot of people are more interested in drama that's going around. I don't know. But we're going to keep doing the true crime. And hopefully our stuff will get out there. I mean, our stuff deserves more views. We know that. It definitely does. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be like all crazy, but it does. And we need to get it pushed out. So yeah, smash the like button. If you have hypes, please hype it. If you can share it out, share it out. If you want to go around your town and tell everybody about Mommy Ramblings, go ahead and do that. I appreciate it, guys. And tomorrow I'll look at that other case and see if I find out anything more on Shelley, okay? All right. Love you guys. God bless. Prayers, and we'll see you tomorrow. Be good. Have a good dentist appointment, Barbie. All right, everybody, have a good day. Be good. See you tomorrow.